amor.
Okay, well.
Please go mute.
Welcome, everybody.
So many nice talk about things on the bed.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I know.
Okay, good morning. Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the project presentations by the UADY students. My name is Alex, and as a leader of the Salesforce Admin Group Merida, along with Asha, we will be hosting today's event. And this time we won't just have one class, but two classes presenting the projects they've been working on since the beginning of the semester. And besides the projects, we have a schedule filled with different activities, including some keynotes by our special guests, and some companies will present us the work they've been doing to give more Salesforce opportunities to the community. Asha, are you there?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Ashanti, and we are very excited to be here.
Ashanti, we have some bad feedback for you.
What? What?
There's some noise with your microphone.
Can you go out and come back?
Yes.
Thank you. Alex, continue, please, in the meantime.
Okay, well, we have very special guests. We have the participation of Dr. Ramon Peniche. He's the president in the mathematics faculty. We have Dr. Edgar Cambranes, coordinator of the software engineering degree. We have also Aldo Fernandez, a Salesforce program architect. We have Don Robbins, Salesforce MVP. We also have the participation of a senior technical architect, Clara Perez. And we have Salesforce MVP, president of Hernandez Foundation, and Rafael Hernandez. We also have Salesforce architect for Slalom, Larry Latimer, Salesforce MVP, Angela Mahoney, and we have customer success director at Salesforce, Noemi Hernandez, and also Salesforce MVP, Ines Garcia. There's so many Salesforce MVP.
Yeah, and let's take an opportunity to also introduce some of the other guests that we have. Nadine just came in, just from Australia. That's awesome. Nadine, just want to say hello, introduce yourself very quick.
Hey guys, hello everyone. Yes, I'm Nadim, and I actually had the pleasure to meet with a lot of the people that are here. And I'm working as a Salesforce developer for Accenture right now. Yeah, just 1 year in Australia. I'm from Bolivia, actually. Yep, that's all.
Thank you. And yeah, we have some other companies too that are joining us. So should we introduce them? Alex?
Yes, we have the presence of K-Square. We have Wingo also joining us. We have Singular and Deloitte Mexico. I don't know if Asha, are you back? I think not. Okay. Well, let's begin. Let's begin with our first participation with Dr. Ramon, please. You can begin.
Thank you, Alex. I'm very proud of being one of the speakers in this morning, just giving you a welcome speech. It's very hard usually to introduce so many MVP for the first time because, during those maybe 3 years we've been working with Rafa, he has invited Angela and Larry, and they both come to Merida here in Mexico and at our university to watch the products of our students. And this time it's being different because of the pandemic situation, as you may recognize everywhere. But instead of not having this meeting, they decided to go in a global way. And we have heard that we have several peoples around the world, and that sounds fantastic, that sounds terrific, and that adds some stress to our students who will be presenting to us those of projects they were working. Honestly, I believe that there are many people that they've been working together in order to have this kind of meetings. Not only today's meeting, but the whole work of our students. This is not the first time that Rafa is bringing to our students to different real life problems. And I appreciate that. Since the last 6 years, I've been leading the School of Mathematics of the Autonomous University of Yucatan. I've been working with Edgar, who has so many ideas, and he's not staying home. He's trying to find different projects, different companies in order to our students to have a better opportunity. And I'm always, every single time I had the chance, I'm always praising that kind of work that Edgar has been doing. But in particular, the combination about Edgar and Rafael, it seems like many times it's just magic. It's just like, I'm sorry about you guys that you're so far away, but in the other presentations, we had Rafael giving us a wonderful and delightful meals after the meeting. So Rafa, please, the next year, try to get the whole people together, and please invite us again, because those of you who actually been here and have tried it, you will recognize that it's something that we're going to miss. But instead of that, he's bringing so many people, so many talented people to hear not only our students, but to connect those students. And all of those people that are also watching this, who will be working here, who will be watching the whole presentation, it is my pleasure to give you the welcome to this wonderful time where Rafael is the one who is putting all together. We do appreciate, Rafa, all the things that you've been doing with our students. I'm pretty sure that the results of this work, that it's, I believe, 3 years long, it's going to be better and better. And of course, I have heard that there are so many MVPs gathering together, just like in a real party. So please, welcome to every one of you. Angela, Larry, it's a very good pleasure to see you once again. And I have nothing left. I just want to tell you that Rafa and his students are in the house, literally in the house, okay? Enjoy it and have fun all day long. Thank you to everyone. Have fun.
Thank you, Ramon. And yeah, I mean, I like the praising, but this is just a result of a group. Edgar has been a huge supporter. Larry has been, Anya has been a supporter. Even Aldo and Don, and then Elena, and then everybody. Sorry, Ness, I was called Elena. This is a team group, so everybody, it's it's all our fault, the things that are happening. So thank you very much, Ramon. We appreciate your time. We know you're a busy guy. Thank you. Back to you, Alex.
Okay, thank you, Rafa. Thank you, Ramon. And it is also worth mentioning that the numbers that the students had reached since the first class in 2018, more than 64 graduated students, and this big number, than more than 1.7 million treasure points. That's amazing, and over 14 Salesforce certifications. And now for our next speaker, let's receive Clara Perez with her developer experience opening keynote. Please, Clara.
Thank you. Awesome. And I promise I'm going to be very short. I have a 5-slide presentation to show. Okay. So bear with me for a couple of seconds. The first question I'm going to ask is if every one of us can see my screen. Let me try to hit play here. Yes. Okay. We have it. Okay. So hi, everyone. My name is Clara Perez. I am a Salesforce system and application architect. I used to be an MVP. I'm a certified Salesforce instructor, and I have over 17 certifications, but more importantly, I am a Salesforce developer. I am a woman in tech, and I am from Dominican Republic. The reason I'm throwing at you all of these facts about me is so that you can get to know me a little bit better, because I am here to talk to you about the Salesforce experience from my point of view. And specifically today, I want to focus on being a woman in tech, and what does that mean in the Salesforce world, and also in our current or common world as of right now. I want to open up with a statistic, okay? 35% of STEM students are women. And this is great. This is huge, okay? That means that we've been able to raise that number by 3 times over the last 10 years, okay? So I want to take a small moment here to congratulate all of the women that are in this call and all of the women of the world that have gone through the journey of becoming a STEAM professional. Now, there is also kind of a sadder statistic behind this one, and it is the fact that 65% of the students are not women, okay? So I just want to bring that into attention here. And kind of the main question that is banging my head every single day is why? Why are not women conquering these STEM areas like mathematicals or engineering or software development? Okay, and I wanted to talk to you about my developer experience so far. Okay, I have come to see and also experience that succeeding in tech is actually a hard challenge to achieve for anyone, but especially for women. Let me talk to you about my personal experience. So I graduated from engineering telecommunications here in my country, Dominican Republic. And when I graduated back in 2010, I was very fast to discover that in my country, people or employers would rather hire a man to fulfill the job rather than a woman. So very soon, I became unemployed, unmotivated, and highly depressed about having a higher education, a beautiful title, but no place to work. I ended up in a call center, taking calls from angry customer and trying to resolve those issues. What a bummer that was for me. However, I got the benefit or the blessing of having a friend from college that called me one day and said to me, "Hey, Clara, do you know about Salesforce?" And at the moment I was like, "Wait, what? What is Salesforce? What are you trying to sell me? Or what do you want me to sell?" And given the situations, long story short, I was on a plane to Boston to meet my future employer and also to be trained in Salesforce. Immediately when I saw the platform, I was purely in love of the things I was able to do and how quickly I was able to achieve them. And I said to myself, Clara, this is actually the future. This is where you need to be part of or where you are called to be, and you should embrace this opportunity. At that moment, even though I had a previous experience or a kind of technological background, I wasn't a programmer for myself, or I wasn't making a profession out of programming. So I went into the forums. We didn't have Trailhead back then in 2011. I went into the forums, into the collaboration groups, the workbooks, and I studied up and practiced every single day. Practice is key. Studying up is also key to your journey as a Salesforce professional. And I soon realized that I had just found my dream career, my dream profession, which was to be a developer. And even though today I am acting as a Salesforce architect, in my heart, I am a developer, okay? And I can tell you that succeeding in technology, either whether you're a man or even a woman, takes courage and discipline, which I think every one of you here has those set of skills. It's a journey that is going to challenge you and the social status quo if you are a woman. I highly recommend that you find an ally, meaning someone who can guide you, a friend and a mentor, just like I did when I was very new in the Salesforce ecosystem. And I think that if you can find these three qualities, an ally, a friend, and a mentor in the same person, then that's even better. Another thing that you should be aware is that it is not easy to become a professional in software development. Do not get discouraged, even though the situations may encourage you to get discouraged. In fact, you should always be encouraged by the positive change you are making into the profession, okay? So always strive to be your best at your work, at your profession, and at your personal life. I can tell you, you're going to be awesome. And I cannot wait to see all of the projects you are about to present within this day. Finally, I want to tell you that for all of the women here in the call, I want to kind of make a call to your attention that the moment that we start or strive to position ourselves out there, to be in those meetings, probably surrounded by a bunch of other men and hopefully other women, we are making the greatest change in the Salesforce ecosystem and in our profession. Not only wait for your employee to invest in you, have the passion and the time, the discipline to also invest on your education. Keep being curious and keep studying up in all of the areas you feel like you can succeed, no matter what the society says about you or the profession you've chosen. I want to finalize this short keynote or presentation with this picture right here. In this picture, we can see all of the women's that have been able to make an impactful change in our world today, specifically in technology. Finally, to all of the students that are graduating here, whether they're men or women or allies, you've got this. You've come so far and you're going to conquer so many other things. So keep on going. Thank you.
That was awesome, Clara. I love it. I love it. Thank you very much. We need that in Latin America. I mean, everywhere, but mostly in Latin America. And we have, you know, just a couple of girls that we have today that are graduating, and we're striving to get as many as we can. It was a beautiful message. Thank you very much. Love it.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you very much. Also, as a student, I appreciate those words also. And I want to check if Ashanti could return to the call.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Well, thank you, Clara, for your presentation. And then we are going to listen to the Salesforce MVP, Don Robbins. So please, you can continue, Don.
Great. Well, thank you. Just wanted to make sure you can all hear me, right? Just nod your heads, right? Cool. I need to share my screen. Do I have permission?
You should be able to.
Oh,
yep.
Yes, I can. Okay, hang on a second.
You can do everything you want, Don.
Anything I want. Oh boy. Hang on a minute. Let me put this full screen. There we go. That should work. And we'll move that out of the way. Okay, so I am so proud to be here. Just a little backstory. I first understood about this program from Rafa when it was a gleam in his eye when I was visiting Uruguay for Punta del Este with Fernando. 2018, I think I was reminded that was the year. So it's been 3 years and he was talking about this program and it sounded really exciting. So I am really, really proud to be able to be here at this graduation for the students. And he asked if I would speak about something, and I chose the topic of opportunities. And the reason I chose opportunities, I just think it's a really interesting topic because it has the word opportunity in the context of Salesforce development has so many meanings, an overloaded term. And it was something that I talked about at Punta del Este. So I wanted to build on it a little bit. Just for those of you who may not know me, I focus on technical education, but I've been a developer for over 30 years, and I found my way into Salesforce in 2010. I'm a 9 times MVP. I'm not highly certified. I don't chase certifications because I don't really work in the outside world anymore. but I am a PD2 and I'm a certified instructor. I'm a training partner. I have a team of instructors. We teach Salesforce technology. And over the years, I've written extensively and helped build Trailhead content. And many of you may know me from my Pluralsight Salesforce play-by-play productions. And I encourage you to watch them because it's really, you're not watching me, you're watching the experts that I've interviewed over the years. So I want to talk a little bit about my understanding of the class, the graduating class, and who you are and what your goals are. This is my understanding that you are students completing school. You have a software development education for the most part. You are primarily going to be focused on hunting for work, for jobs, and also very important, considering the long term, really looking at that long runway, your career goals, and that you are both coders and non-coders. And that's actually, it's important, but it's not as important as some of you might think. In other words, if there are non-coders among you that worry about not being as strong on the coding or programmatic side, that isn't necessarily something to worry about. And I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. And clearly you're focused on Salesforce because obviously you've gotten the message that this is a great direction to go in for your work and your career opportunities. And that, of course, is the gist of this presentation. And then, of course, you're always going to be hungry for advice. And that's why I'm here. It's why I was asked to be here, and I'm happy to be here. So here's my advice, very simple. Opportunities are the key to your success. And yet you have to temper that with those opportunities that will help you be most successful really have to fit you well. And you really need to be conscious about this. So it's not just, where are the opportunities? Oh, there's an opportunity. I'm going to go grab that because that one's here right now. You really need to think about whether you fit with that opportunity. And if you don't fit well, it's not really going to be a great opportunity for you. You want to consider, what your skills are, how well your skills fit the opportunity. Very important how your passions, the things that you love that are important to you, fit that opportunity. Your strengths, personality strengths, as well as your skill strengths, and also your weaknesses. Focus on your strengths. Don't focus on your weaknesses. It's going to be a lot more successful if you match your strengths with the opportunity and think about, well, I'm weak in this and I'll make myself better. Don't focus on your weakness, focus on your strength and focus on your goals, your personal goals, your career goals, and match that with the opportunities. I want to give you a little bit about a tale of two opportunities. And this is sort of near and dear to my heart. I live in California. I live in San Francisco, originally a New Yorker, but I fell in love with San Francisco many decades ago. And I came to live here 30 years ago. And the California gold rush has always been sort of near and dear to my heart. Well, that's one gold rush. The whole Salesforce phenomenon is in a way a gold rush and has been for a while. So I want to compare these two opportunities and talk a little bit about how they're similar and also how they're different. California gold rush, that is a really good representative photograph of someone who chased the gold rush, the worker. And in the early days of the gold rush, this is what they were doing. They were mining the gold in the streams. This is what's called placer gold. And this is what was first discovered in California in 1848. It took until 1849 for the people, the masses, to start migrating to California to chase this gold because it took a while to get around in those days, right? So as word spread and attracted global attention, people started flocking to California. Just to give you an example, San Francisco, which was a major port, the only port near where the gold fields were, the population of San Francisco in 1848 was 200, not 200,000, 200. And by the time the gold rush ended in 1855, 1856, it had boomed to like 36,000. And that's just the port where people came through to get to the gold fields. And they came from all over the world, hundreds of thousands of people, probably about 300,000, 400,000 people flocked to the California gold fields. The reality is that very few of the workers, the miners, got rich. If they did find gold, they ended up having to spend that money in order to maintain their stake because the merchants were the ones who really got rich, because they were the ones who brought the supplies, and they were sort of smart. They didn't chase the gold. The gold that they chased was dug out of the ground or out of the streams by the workers. And it's the merchants that saw the greatest success in this gold rush. And names like Wells Fargo, you may have heard of Wells Fargo Bank in America. You might have heard of Levi Strauss. Those are examples of the kinds of really smart entrepreneurs who figured out how to really maximize and scale the value of what was coming out of the ground. The gold rush itself resulted in extreme disruption. And the disruption in the short term was really damaging. The land around the gold fields in the hills of the foothills of the Sierras was destroyed because they beat it up over the years trying to get all the gold out of the ground. There was also good disruption. I mean, it really put California and San Francisco on the map. And it made the fortunes of many, many large businesses and grew an enormous economy. And a couple of years later, California became a state. So it had both positive and negative disruption. But a really important point was that the easy pickings faded very, very early on. That, you know, all of the gold that was like this miner was panning out of the streams, that's called placer gold. That stuff was gone within just a few years. And then the pickings got really hard. And the miners had to, you know, it was really the companies that came in and could burrow the holes into the hills and really sort of expand the mining operations. And those were really companies. So it wasn't necessarily that good for the majority of folk who came to California. Many lost their lives and many lost their fortunes. And the opportunities dried up relatively quickly. All right, so that's the California gold rush. Let's talk about the Salesforce gold rush. Here's a typical worker. It is male. We certainly have women Salesforce developers. I just had to pick one picture. I picked this because I like the pizza on the left side of the photograph. But this started really in 2000, right? Salesforce in 1999 was founded, but it really wasn't until probably about 2008, 2009, 2010 that it really started to get out that, hey, this was an opportunity for developers, for folk who really wanted to grow with this platform. I came into the ecosystem in 2010. That's 10 years ago. And this has continued to build for 20 years. It has also attracted global attention. And of course, the difference here is the workers are actually doing very well. This is a really great thing. It's not like the miners up to their ankles in the cold water of the Sierra streams. Workers are doing well and customers are doing well. And because the customers are doing well, they need the workers, right? We need developers, we need administrators, we need architects to feed all of those hungry customers who are experiencing success. And there is also extreme disruption. Salesforce as a force for good in the philanthropic world, as well as helping businesses transform themselves for digital experience for their customers. I don't know of any downsides. Maybe automation puts certain classes of workers out of business. AI is, threatened. Oh, we're going to lose all these jobs because AI is going to take it. I don't believe it. I believe that the disruption is on the positive side. But this is true. The easy pickings faded very early on. 10 years ago, you could get a job as a Salesforce developer, even if you were not a master in Apex. You had Java, you knew enough about the platform, you could find work. That's not as easy today. You really have to know your stuff today. You're going to get tested a lot more thoroughly when you go for jobs because there's a larger ecosystem and a lot more folk who are chasing the Salesforce gold. But the neat thing is that while the easy pickings are faded pretty on, the opportunity with Salesforce only grows. They continue to grow. The product grows, the customer base grows, and there's only going to be more opportunity. Here's Salesforce in 2001, $5.5 million of revenue, the fiscal year ending 2001. 10 years later, they hit $1 billion. That's right about when I came in and they were talking about going for $2 billion. 10 years later, $20 billion. Revenue is going to hit $20 billion by the fiscal year ending 2020. We just passed that milestone. And the trend is upward. So here's your job. Your job, in order to seek out the opportunity in the Salesforce ecosystem, is to get to know the depth and breadth of the platform. It's a lot bigger and a lot broader and a lot more diverse than perhaps you know. You want to identify the no code, the low code, the pro code opportunities and where they are. You want to target those that best fit you, right? Your strengths, your weaknesses, etc. Learn everything you can about your target and then seek out the businesses that use them. And here is an opportunity map. I've been working on this for a course that I'm working on for Pluralsight. I wanted to map out the different clouds and applications in the Salesforce ecosystem. And it's a work in progress, but this is what it is so far. And I just want to explain a little bit about it before I dig in a little deeper. Those orange bubbles up at the top, those are marketing terms that Salesforce uses: Customer 360, Digital 360. As a developer, you don't really have to worry about those. It is important to understand the blue nodes. Those are the clouds, right? Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, Community Cloud, Commerce Cloud, Marketing Cloud, etc. And those are the containers for the applications. But it's the applications that are really critical here. And notice that they come in two flavors. The green applications are applications that run on the core Salesforce stack, the traditional Salesforce multi-tenant environment. This is the environment that you're familiar with. This is where the metadata configuration is and all the tools like Flow and Apex and Lightning Web Components. The beige nodes are the acquisitions. These are the non-core stack applications. Things like B2C commerce, which came from Demandware. That's its own technology stack. Marketing Cloud, Marketing Studio, Pardot, and Social Studio. These are not built on the Salesforce multi-tenant stack, although they might integrate with them. Einstein, you're going to see Heroku, MuleSoft, etc. And what's interesting about these is that your traditional Salesforce skills won't necessarily apply to those other platforms, but other skills that you might have, web development skills or database skills, etc., they certainly do. So let's break these down a little bit into core opportunities. Opportunity one, I call sales and service customization. This is the traditional Salesforce path. You're supporting customers and their CRM applications, Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, building triggers, opportunities, writing flows, managing a typical Salesforce CRM implementation, maybe getting to know the add-on applications like Salesforce CPQ, used to be called Steelbrick, I believe, Field Service Lightning, etc. That's your typical pathway, but there's so much more. Opportunity two, custom app dev, building business applications on the stack, building ISV applications, getting involved in the nonprofit cloud, getting involved in the education cloud, or maybe branching out into Heroku, building mobile applications, etc. Or functions, get to know functions, which is in pilot, where you can write little microservices in Node.js or Java, but call it from inside the core stack applications. Opportunity three, analytics cloud. This is huge for opportunity. Data science, Einstein Analytics, Tableau, which is a platform unto itself. And then, of course, all the AI tools, Einstein Discovery, Intent, Vision, and Language. These are APIs that integrate, across the Salesforce landscape. And there's just huge opportunity in AI. Opportunity four, communities and e-commerce. So communities which are built on the core stack, but they're really portals and functionality and custom functionality that you can build with Lightning Web Components and expose to customers and partners. Or Commerce Cloud. Commerce Cloud is just blown up with Pascal, with COVID, right? So you've got e-commerce both on the stack with B2B commerce as well as off the non-core stack, B2C commerce, which is the old Demandware products. And there are opportunities here not only for web developers or people who are really, really strong with web skills, JavaScript skills, but also configuration and understanding the nuance of e-commerce. It's very complex concepts. And then there's Marketing Studio. You've got Marketing Studio, you've got Pardot, Social Studio. There's not that much for coding developers. Marketing Studio has AmpScript for customizations, but certainly you need expertise around the marketing concepts, and there's definite opportunity there. Opportunity five, of course, is integration. If you're a developer that loves to, put things together, Salesforce is an open platform, and all of these other tools across these clouds, across these stacks, have APIs, and they need developers to allow these things to talk to each other in creative and secure ways. And the last opportunity I'll talk about are the vertical industries. There's a company called Velocity. It was bought by Salesforce in early 2020. They've been around for 5 years. I remember when they came into the market, and they've built core applications that are package-based that deploy into Salesforce. And their vertical market, basically they built a framework on a framework. They built custom applications for different vertical markets that enterprises don't have to build their own. And if you become an expert in the Velocity platform tools, you can go become a Velocity developer and service all of these customers. And you can match it to your interests. If you're interested in government, then you can focus on government Velocity application, or if you're in a media, communications, broadcasting, etc. And they continue to release new verticals every year or so. So definitely there's tons of opportunity with Velocity. So the key is really understanding the depth and breadth of the platform. And I'm going to give you just a couple of key takeaways before I turn it back. Your job is to explore all the opportunities, right? And match to your passions, your abilities. Master just-in-time learning, because you're going to need it, right? It's not, well, I go to school and now I'm ready to hit the market. No, you're going to be learning constantly. And you got it. There's an art to learning quickly, just in time, we call that. Perfect your soft skills. I know Rafa has beaten soft skills into your brains. That's great. It's really important. It's critical no matter how good a technologist you are. Without those soft skills, you won't go anywhere near as far. And then when you've gathered your knowledge, always be willing to share your knowledge. And on the one hand, it's a generous thing to do, but there's another side of it. You learn more by giving your knowledge away. It's just a fact. We teach to learn. In the process of teaching or sharing or instructing, you end up learning more than what you've given. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful synergy. And it's just a strong core concept that I believe in heavily. And persevere. It was said earlier by Clara, don't give up. I mean, you will run into roadblocks. You will run into closed doors. Go find a window open around the corner. Go in a back door. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep going. It's a characteristic that's just so important if you are going to succeed in anything in life, but certainly in tech. And there's always going to be doors, and don't take it personally. Just go around them. That's probably the best advice I can give you. If you want to read more about the platform, a lot of what I've talked about is actually part of a series I put out at the end of last year. You can find it on my LinkedIn page. You can click this QR code and it'll take you there. By the way, this presentation is available on GitHub. So you can go, if you go to that bit.ly link, midmx21, you can run this in a browser and you can go back over it and take a look at it. And you can get that link to that article. So I wish you great success. I'm not going to say good luck. I'm not going to say buena suerte. I'm going to say I wish you success, because it's not about luck. It's about hard work and chasing those opportunities. And with that, I'm going to stop my share and I'm going to turn it back.
That was awesome, Robin. I always tell people in my conference that luck, it's preparation plus opportunity, right? If you're prepared and the opportunity comes, then you say that you got lucky, right? Because something can happen, but if you're not prepared, then it wasn't. You say, oh, it was bad luck. It wasn't necessary. But where your talk was so good, because you're giving the students the idea that 80% of the people who goes to school drops, and one of the reasons is because they don't choose the right career path. And one time on my first conference that Edgar let me do at the university, one lady got up and says, "Thank you. Because I know that now that I know that I don't like to write code, I know that there's a future for me." And that's the reality. Don't feel bad, because there's so many opportunities within the Salesforce platform and every other platform. You're gonna succeed if you keep trying, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Back to you, Alex and Chanti.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Rafa. Well, and let's proceed with our first presentation by the students of the Advanced Salesforce course. They will showcase the work they've been doing on a social impact project they started last semester. So please, guys, the stage is yours.
Yeah, while they get ready, Edgar, do you want to talk about this project? You're very on this project. You have been guiding this project, and want to talk a little bit?
Okay, I don't want to spoil the thing, but we have been working around some issues that we have with our students before the pandemic. So we discovered that our students that didn't have enough money sometimes to have a meal or to pay the bus. So we start to figure out like how we can help them. So that's why we started this project, because we had an internal agreement between professors in our school that we were helping some students, but the idea about this project is like to try to reach more people, more donors, and also more students that are in need for many reasons, and then we can support them. So I'm really grateful for our students that are helping their peers. So I think this is an amazing project that we are providing a social environment, a different vision for our students for the regular software that they develop. And they're learning more than software. So I think it's a really good project. And we're really proud about what they have done so far. So that's the idea. That's the main idea about this project.
Well, thank you very much, Edgar. We're going to start with the presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Elena Medina, and today we're going to present the solution that we developed at Salesforce for the support a Facultad de Matemáticas student foundation. Next, please. I will start with a brief explanation of the project's background, and then I will mention the new additions that we made in the second version of the system. After that, we will present the development team, which will make a demonstration of the current system. Next, we will talk about the future of the project, and at the end, we will have a moment to answer some of your questions. Next, please. Some time ago, a group of professors started to receive informal donations from everyone who wants to help students from the Faculty of Mathematics in our university. The raised money is destined to grant meal scholarships to students in need to help them continue studying. In order to formalize and automate meal scholarship applications and donation processes, we developed a system using Salesforce solutions. Next, please. The system is divided in 3 main modules. In the donation module, everyone who wants to help these students can make donations through PayPal or via deposit at OXXO. OXXO is like a 7-Eleven here in Mexico. In the meal scholarship module, the students are able to apply for meal scholarships and are chosen based on their socioeconomic situation. And last but not least, in the administration module, the system administrators will manage the raised money to grant meal scholarships to selected students. Next, please. Some of you will remember that the last year we presented the first version of the system. Now, after 6 months of hard work, we will present you the new features added in this second version. In addition to being able to make one-time donations through OXXO or PayPal, now we accept payments with credit or debit cards and subscriptions to donate weekly or monthly. After making a donation, a tax receipt is generated and sent to the donor. Next, please. Also, we added 2 surveys to collect socioeconomic and alimentary information about applicants. The forms used to gather the information support partial saves so that students can continue to fill out the survey later. After applying to a meal scholarship, students can check the status of their application through a link sent to its email to know if they were selected or not. Using MailChimp, students can subscribe to an email list to receive information about future scholarship campaigns. Next, please. In order to help donors, students, administrators, and future developers, we create onboarding tools to facilitate the use of the system. Also, we created and applied design guidelines based on Salesforce Lightning design system to homologate the look and feel of the community. And finally, we centralized the documentation of the project into a GitHub repository. Now, my teammate Montserrat will continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, I will present to you the development team. At first, we have Elena Medina, who was the Scrum Master, and then is Clarisa Moguel, Oscar Pereira, Emanuel Rivero, Eric Lechuga, Cristian Tuyub, and Jose Cetina, who were developers for the first version. At the second version of the project, Cristian Tuyub and Jose Cetina left the project, and Alejandro Sanchez and me, Montserrat Bustamante, joined as developers. First, let's get familiar with the Salesforce environment for nonprofit organizations. My teammate Oscar will give you an introduction of the internal structure of our system, from the objects we use to how we build the system.
Okay, well, now I'm going to talk about the objects that we use and how we made our models. Next, please. Okay, first, in the donation models, we use some standard objects. As we can see in the right side, we have an opportunity. We use this object in order to store the information about one donation. In the middle, we have the account. In the account, we save the information of an organization, a company. And in the left side, we have the contact. In the contact, we store a personal information of the people that are making the donations. Below, we have an ENPSP object called recurring donation. We use this object basically to do a subscription. Okay, when a person wants to donate, but he wants to make the donation in a period of time, the information is stored in this object. Next. Okay, about the scholarship model, the core is the lead. In the lead, we save the information of a student who wants to apply for the scholarship. And also we have related two objects, one with an economic form and one with an eating habits. Next, please. Okay, so how we did our models. Obviously, there are more steps, but basically, first, we built a Lightning Web Component. Next. Then we create a standard, a custom controller. When in this is, okay. And okay, well, we built a standard controller in this, a custom controller. In this controller is where we save the information, and it is related to the Lightning Web Component. And finally, next, we set up the community, and we drop off our Lightning Web Component here, and that's it.
Thank you, Oscar. Now it's time to show you the new features we were working on. Starting with the recurring donations, my teammate Emmanuel will show you how to make and cancel a recurring donation.
Okay, thanks, Montse.
Yeah, so let's make sure you guys say who's talking so they get to know you, the audience. Don't forget that.
Okay. Hello, my name is Emmanuel. I take this class the last semester. I'm very happy to be here again. after 6 months and past this pandemic. And today we're going to talk about the create a subscription using PayPal. And the last semester we were talking about the integrate PayPal, but only to make a one payment. And in this case, it's about to create a subscription using PayPal. The process is next. The first one, we need to choose the amount of meals that we want to donate. And we can choose the different currencies that we have. We have Mexican pesos and dollars. And we need to fill the required fields like personal information and the subscription details. For example, we have 2 options, monthly and weekly. It means that when you subscribe, for example, monthly and in 3 installments, it means that each month you're going to pay, so you're going to make a payment each time. We put the date, and if we choose an invalid date, we're going to see a warning pop-up. And if we choose a correct date and we click in the donate button, we're going to see the PayPal process to confirm your subscription. Okay. For example, we are in the recurring donation object. I'm going to see the last record about my recurring donation. And I'm going to show some fields that in this moment are hide. I'm going to show the create date and amount. You see, the last one is the last record that we have created. For example, PayPal response and Salesforce receive, and the status of PayPal, it is inactivated. And if we see the fields opportunity, it's done, it's the stage pause, and it means that PayPal passed the information on Salesforce, and Salesforce received that, classify this fields payment. And we can see the total, the payments during 3 months. If you see, we have a number of plain installments, 3. It's about the 3 months in total. It's 15,000. If we want to cancel the subscription, you will receive an email when you click on the link. We'll see the subscription details about the payments frequency, payments made, total payments, and everything in relation with the subscription. If we want to cancel the subscription because it's really expensive that we donate to the students, we click to the cancel subscription button. In yes, clicking the yes button. In this moment, we make a call out to PayPal, and PayPal confirm you cancel your subscription, and after that, Salesforce receive this information and confirm the cancel your subscription. Okay. We are back in the recurring donation object. If you see the status of PayPal, okay, the status of PayPal, says activated, but we need to refresh the page. Last one. And the status of PayPal is closed. And it means that the cancellation of the subscription, it's done. And we'll see the opportunities, the other opportunities, relationship with the recurrent donation. The stage is updated with close lost. And that's it. It's all the process to integrate PayPal with Salesforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Now, as Elena mentioned before, we added some more steps to the application process, as we created forms to know more about the applicant situation. My teammate Eric will talk about the new service added and give you a demonstration of the application process.
Hi. I'm Eric Lechuga, and I'm going to show you the part of the system with which the student will interact. So, from the menu, the students will be able to see at the header the option scholarship, where they will be redirected to a page where the campaign of food scholarships that are active are enlisted. So students will be able to register for any of these campaigns, and they will simply have to click on the register button, and they will be redirected to a form where they will have to put their personal information. Full name, gender, email, degree, enrollment number, current semester, date of birth, their phone number, and the address where they currently live. So, the student have to solve the CAPTCHA and click the submit, and this will create a lead. Okay. Click on submit, and this will create a lead to which an email will be sent with the following information, and with a link that will redirect the student to a page where important information will be shown. Indeed, the student will be able to see the name of the food grant in which are registered, and the state of the campaign and the day it is closed. And below are the forms that the students must fill out before the deadline. The first form is the socioeconomic questionnaire, and in this questionnaire, the student must put the following information that you can see on the screen. And as you can see, the form is divided into 3 tabs, and the page has a partial save where for each tab where the student fills information and clicks on the next button. The information filled in that tab is saved, and if for some reason they close the page or want to continue filling out the form at another time, they simply re-enter the form. I will see that the information saved is given on these tabs. So all the information has been filled out and the questionnaire has been completed. The students have to click the button continue, and the students will be redirected to the previous page. As you can see, the information in the questionnaire cannot be modified again, and it shows information about the status of the form. As you can see, the status of the form is that it has already been filled out. So the second form is the food questionnaire, where the they provide information about their diet and eating habits. It has the following fields that you can see on the screen. And in the same way as in the socioeconomic questionnaire, it have a partial saving. So the page where the information of the questionnaire is, it also serves to be able to know the status of the campaign, assigns what campaign change status in show should away. Looks like this, saying that the campaign is still open and has to fill out the form. And when a campaign is closed, it shows the forms are being reviewed. And when a student is rejected or accepted in a scholarship, it is reflected at the same page in this way. So that's all in this part of the student.
Thank you, Eric. Lastly, Alejandro will talk about DevOps.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, no?
Yes.
Cool. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hi guys, my name is Alejandro Sanchez. I'm a UADY student and also a Deloitte consultant. I did the DevOps part and the refactoring as well in this project, but today I will talk only about DevOps. What did I do? I did a pipeline in GitLab. I choose that platform because I like it. But basically, we can use the implementation in GitHub, Bitbucket, and so on. So first, let's make a commit to master. Usually, we don't do this because it's a bad practice, but I'll do it in this video because it's a demo, it's a demonstration. So okay, the commit is add do me line of code, and then I do a git push. After the commit and the push, we'll see the pipeline running. So I go to project overview, and then I click the blue button. Okay, here we see 4 stages. Each stage creates a new Docker container with Node.js. After the installation of Node.js in the Docker container, it installs the Salesforce command line interface, and after that, it does whatever it needs to do. So the first, let's see what the first container does. It's installing Docker and then Node, the latest version. Okay, so the first stage validates and deploys the code into the integration sandbox. After that, the second one runs all the tests, all the Apex test methods, and it has it needs to be at least an 80%, 75% of code coverage. After that, all the code in the master branch, it's deployed to UAT. The UAT stands for user acceptance test. So if everything is good, it goes to the production stage. Obviously, it deploys the code base in production, but is a little bit production stage is a little bit special here because it's like a manual step between codes. We need to click the play button in order to deploy all master. This is intentional because we don't want to deploy every to production every time we push or every time we make a new commit in master. That's it for the DevOps part.
Thank you, Alex. So what's next for this project? Start receiving applications from faculty and mathematics students and give meal scholarships to those whose applications were approved. Hopefully in the future, the meal scholarship program can extend to the rest of Universidad Autónoma de Yucatan's faculties, since we believe it can have a positive impact in the students. Now it's time for you to see the new features in person. Just by scanning the QR code on screen, you can explore the page. Just keep in mind that you cannot make a donation yet, since there's not a PayPal account for the nonprofit.
Wait, there is on a PayPal account. But okay, so let's talk about this one. Thank you, Montserrat. Are you guys done? We're gonna open the floor for questions. Are you guys done?
We just wanted to thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, team. So first of all, I want to give a shout out to this team of kids. So they pushed through the pandemic, right? When the university went to the pandemic, they went on vacations, and what they did is they kept working on this project. So they worked through all their summer within the pandemic to finish this. So I'm very proud of them, and I want to say thank you very much, right? So one of the two things that are happening is that it's been hard to set up a nonprofit in Mexico, as we want to do for this because of the pandemic and the political environment that is happening right now. That being said, I am partnering with Edgar and the university. I just created my 501(c), and we're gonna be sponsoring 6 kids in the next semester, right? So if you're interested to give a donation, you can give it here. And your donations are actually tax exempt because we are 501(c) in the US. And we're gonna be partnering. At some point, we're gonna be 2 different organizations working together. Once we build the nonprofit in Mexico, which has been hard because of the pandemic, but in the US, we're ready to keep working. So now, Alex, let's open this for questions. Raise your hand, and then if you're online, you can put your questions on the chat. And if you're here, just raise your hand on the chat, and Alex will let you talk. And you guys can stop presenting if you want.
Thank you.
Somebody raising their hands? Nobody wants to ask a question about the project?
I'll ask a question.
Okay.
So this was a longer project than normal since there were 2 iterations. I'm curious what the project team learned on a longer project like this. And the second follow-up question is, did you have to redo any of your work after the first iteration?
Don't ask Alex that. Don't ask Alex that.
Everyone but Alex.
Who wants to answer? Students?
Okay. Hi, I'm Emmanuel. In my case, the first one that I had contact with Salesforce, maybe it will really a little bit hard because it's something new. But Rafa teaches about the new techniques and the new how can we use Salesforce, and about the trails. He talked about the trails, you know. Part of this, we need to investigate it so much to make all the things that we did right now. Part of this, the last semester we were in the pandemic, right? And we have a lot of free time to make this project. And after that, maybe try to improve that maybe make or work with the good practices. It's really good that Alejandro was with us because he was support us the part of the QA. About in this case, the topics really really advanced. In this case, for example, I was working with integrate PayPal, and it's really it's important to integrate and to know about how to use APIs. And this Yeah, this really great to know about the new technologies, about the other ways that maybe you can, in this case, integrate APIs. And that's it. Maybe this project prepare for all of us to get a lot of opportunities right now, and that is a great experience. Work with the team, with Rafa, with the mentor, and yeah, great.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So Emmanuel is a 2 Salesforce certified already. He's not even graduated yet, so congratulations. So,
well done.
Yeah. Another question for somebody else? Somebody raise their hand there.
Ines
has a
Hola.
question.
I have a question, yes. So this is a question for the last team members joining in the last semester. So tell us, how did you get onboarded? How did you get up to speed? What did you find difficult?
Wow, great question.
Yeah. Well, I knew about the project, but I didn't know all the technical aspects. So when I joined, I was pretty much a little bit confused. So we had a session where the other members onboarded me on the functionalities. And when Alejandro joined, we also did a session for him as well.
And talk to them about what is the next onboarding session, because you guys work on that. That was something that we work on, like how we're going to onboard new students, because this is a project that is going to continue. So this is very important for us.
And also with the repositories, we documented the code and also added like the onboarding for the developers for the next generation that we will work on this project to know about what we did and how we did it.
And Don, you have a question?
And to anyone on the team, what was the biggest significant, if there was one, significant mistake or misdirection where you started to go in any particular direction and realized, ooh, that doesn't work, or that's not good, and what did you learn from it? What was any failures? I mean, I consider that, failure. I start going down this road, ooh, that didn't work. I gotta really turn around and go back and figure out a different way to do it, and in the process, learning something that you didn't know. Anything. You didn't have any mistakes?
Yeah. Maybe Alex can say a little bit about the last bit that he has been doing with continuous integration, because it failed completely the first try. So
that would be great, Alex.
Yes, Cambranes is correct. I had a lot of troubles doing the DevOps part. Basically, because there are like 2 ways to do DevOps in Salesforce, as far as I know. The first one is the packaging deployment model, and the second one is the org deployment model. I choose the packaging deploy model because I wanted to reuse this implementation in any Salesforce environment, but that was a mistake. That was a mistake because the package, the project has a lot of dependencies, and it's super hard if you don't have experience doing DevOps to implement that way. So that's why I have to choose the other deployment model. Yeah.
Great lesson learned.
Yeah, great lesson learned. Yeah.
Thank you. And Ramon, do you have a question there? And we
let's just finish with that bit, because I guess there's some other bit that it will be really interesting to share. It's not exactly related about the software, but it's about how they manage the pressure and the pandemic and the isolation. I guess Elena can talk a little bit, because he was the Scrum Master, and we discussed in some meeting about the issues that were happening with the whole team, that I think is a critical thing to learn, how to manage the expectations and frustrations from the team. So Elena can talk a little bit. It's not a complete failure, but it's an issue. But I think it could be really interesting to hear the point of view from our students that they were developing the whole thing during the pandemic. We really pushed them really hard. So some issues arise. So let's say what happened, Elena, with that bit.
Well, as the Professor Edgar said, we had a very hard time with the pandemic situation. But I think that the most biggest issue that we have, it was an occasion that we scheduled a meeting, a delivery meeting with the Professor Rafael and the Professor Edgar, and we cannot achieve the goals that we committed to for that time. So as we were working in an environment like in a work in the real world, they tell us that it wasn't the correct way to do the things, because I was telling Rafael that a day before the meeting that we cannot achieve the goals, and I was like, I don't know what to do. But well, that's something that happens. I learned about it, and now I know that the team was struggling with the time because of the pandemic situation. They were stressed. We had a hard time when this second version of the project started in the vacations period, but then when we entered again to the university, it was harder than in the vacations. So I think that for the part of the team, what we do to make lighter the situation of the pandemic, it was to give them more space. Like, for example, we were working under the Scrum framework, and Scrum says that we must have daily meetings. Well, we instead of having daily meetings, we schedule 2 or 3 meetings per week in order to don't stress my teammates and I. And it works. Yeah, we can achieve our goals with this method. Yeah, that's kind of an example of what we did with the situation. Yeah.
Okay, and Ramon, did you have a question?
Thank you. I think we can continue. I was just wondering.
Okay.
Just continue. Thank you.
Oh, well, let's close this Q&A section and proceed with our next section with the companies. We will be presenting the work that the companies have been doing to give more Salesforce opportunities to the community, to the people. So for the first one, Ashanti, would you like to present it?
Yes. To begin, we have the Keysquare company in charge of Miquel Ipiña. So please go ahead, Miquel.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me? Perfect, awesome.
Yes,
well,
yes.
First of all, I appreciate taking the opportunity and inviting a company such as Keysquare to be a part of this presentation, to be a part of this project explanation, which I believe it's really awesome. As you guys mentioned, you guys had a little bit of problems, but you guys knew how to solve them. So congratulations on that. The project looks awesome. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the vacant positions that we actually have in the company. I'm going to talk a little bit about the demand that Salesforce has in the industry. And without any hesitation, let me just share my screen. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so first of all, I actually thought the presentation was going to be in Spanish. That's why we actually see the titles in Spanish. I'm actually really sorry about that, but I'm going to try to translate everything as we go through. So as I mentioned, my name is Miquel Ipiña, and I'm actually the Institutional Relations Coordinator in the Keysquare Group, a company based here in Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. And I have a background from business, unlike everybody on this meeting, but I'm going to try to be as open as possible, right? As clear as possible so everybody can understand. So first of all, as you may know, the increase in demand and positions and even the revenues that the positions has in Salesforce have increased over the past 10 years. As Don mentioned, the demand for the positions are being increased in the US, in Mexico, in Brazil, in a lot of places, as you can see on the geographical map on the left-hand side. It is expected that by 2022, there is going to be a demand around 3.3 million people are going to be demanded for Salesforce vacant positions. And just to give you guys a little bit of data, in the US, they have only graduated 50,000 during last year, during 2020. And as you can see, the demand is increasingly growing. And I would encourage you guys to, as Don said, to keep on working to push yourself to the limits in order to differentiate yourself from one developer to another, right? Because most of the companies, they try to always attract the most, the best talent, the most differentiated talent in the industry, right? So I definitely recommend you guys to practice, to learn a little bit more, to make that extra mile in order to make the difference between a normal developer or an excellent developer, right? As you can see on the right-hand side, the revenue has also increased for the vacant positions for Salesforce, which is actually awesome. We have actually seen this increase over the last 5 years. And obviously during this pandemic time, we've seen the increase for Salesforce usage, such as Salesforce Mobile or any other Salesforce attribute, right? I just wanted to give you a little bit of data as well. In the US, more specifically the North American region, was the region that actually used more Salesforce projects during 2019. And Mexico and Brazil became third. So I definitely recommend to keep an eye open towards these projects that are going to be coming to Mexico, Brazil, the US, so that you guys can see the type of demand and the type of vacant positions most of these companies, such as K-Square or other technological companies, are actually offering, right? I know it's in Spanish, I'm going to translate it. I'm going to talk a little bit about our company, the K-Square Group, as you can see on the logo right here. It is a technological company that is actually increasingly over the past years. We've actually started in Mexico in 2014, and we've actually grown pretty much. We doubled our personnel every year, which is actually awesome. You can see face-to-face, like the increasing demand towards the projects, towards other secondary companies. Like, for example, as you can see here, we've worked with Disney, Boy Scouts, Accenture, Verizon, Sabre, etc. And a lot of these companies are actually demanding us even more projects in the Salesforce industry, right? So we can actually see from our first-hand person view that the demand in the projects of Salesforce are actually being increased year after year. Just to give you a little bit of the insight of the company, we are actually an international company that has our headquarters in Dallas, Texas, but have our excellence center of excellence here in Mérida, Yucatan, as well as the University UADY. We actually, as I mentioned, we actually offer any type of digital solutions, and we try to be obviously as flexible, innovative, disciplined as possible, right? So every single one of our projects, our clients are actually flattered and are actually they actually love the type of projects that we actually offer them, right? We actually try to hit the target of what they're actually asking us, right? So it is very important to actually hire the best talent. We actually have more than 15 years in the industry, and we have more than 400,000 hours of working projects. And obviously these projects are actually getting increased. And we actually, in Mexico, we moved our offices because we actually doubled our employees, right? Our software engineer employees. Just to give you a little bit of an insight of how to apply to the K-Square Group directly, I'm going to be talking a little bit about K-Square University and the K-Square Group. What are the differences? So basically, K-Square University would be specifically more towards you guys, towards recent graduates. And if you're not actually a recent graduate, you can actually apply directly to the K-Square Group, which is a little bit harder. That is why I've actually, I do not recommend to apply directly here if they're actually graduating this year. But if you have a little bit more of experience, maybe 2 years plus experience, I would definitely recommend to apply directly to the K-Square Group, which we actually can see here, these steps to take, right? So it would be basically to apply, we would give you a little call so we can know basically who you are. We'll give you a couple of questions just to personally know you, right? Then there will be the third filter, that will be the task filter, a little bit more difficult, and where we actually assign you practical skills tests in order to solve them and see the level of technical abilities that you may have. They would go to the fourth options. That would be the HR or technical interview. This would be a little bit harder, which be we actually look at the how do you go, like the soft abilities, soft skills. We actually look at the technical skills. Let's say that we actually make the test a little bit more global instead of making it more technical, right? And then lastly, we would give you the offer to see if you would like the options that we are offering you, and obviously if you want to accept, you're in your right. But I wouldn't specifically apply to the K-Square group, because if I was a recent graduate, I would definitely apply to K-Square University, which is a portal that we actually created a couple of years ago, just for you guys, just for recent graduates that want to take that step forward and want to make, let's call it like a bootcamp, right? So it's like a course, a 14-week course in which we actually offer you soft skills, we offer you some technical skills, we bring the best mentors from universities, from our companies, from other places, in order for you guys to have the best experience. And once you graduate from K-Square University, so that you can enter the K-Square group, let's say with a step forward, right? Instead of maybe working 1 year to achieve this step, we actually offer you this step in just 40 weeks. Let's call it like a intense bootcamp just for the benefit of you guys. So let me talk a little bit about K-Square University. K-Square University, it's the talent development program for the K-Square group, as I mentioned before. And it's focused just for university attraction, talent attraction. And as you guys can see here, we're trying to hire the right people because we believe that it is as important as developing them, right? That is why we actually are giving you all these benefits. We are basically giving you a salary while you're here at K-Square University, so that you don't feel it's another type of course that you have to go through, that you have to study. We want to make you guys believe that there's another vacant position, which we are actually providing you. We are actually paying for it so that you guys could have a extra step once you enter the company, right? As I mentioned, we are actually trying to make it a first world organization, like learning organization, so that you guys can have the best experience. We want to have the best mentors. We're trying to bring the best talks. We're trying to create like the best environment so that you guys could have the best experience ever. Every year, we're trying to get feedback from our applicants so that we make it a little bit better year after year, right? And finally, last but not least, our mission is to actually build a ecosystem of the best professionals here in K-Square, that so that they can become like worldwide class, right? So that they could work on any project, that they could work facing any client here in Mexico or in the US or Dominican Republic, basically anywhere. Here in K-Square University, we basically have two programs. First one would be first gen and next gen. What are the differences between first gen and next gen? Well, first gen is actually more for, let's call it internships. While you're studying, you can actually work with us so that you can gain this amount of experience needed in order to apply for future, once you graduated, jobs. And next gen would be a little bit more focused towards recent graduates, as I mentioned, would be more focused towards you guys. Once you graduate university, you could enter the company through next gen program. First gen program, and next gen, we actually open them a little bit different towards the months. Normally first gen, we actually open in January and August. We have 2 dates, 2 months that we open every year. As I mentioned, we are doubling our demand of projects. That is why we actually hire around like 30 people each, well, it's 60 people each year. And that is why we're trying to offer you all these vacant opportunities. For next gen, that will be a little bit more focused towards you guys. We actually open in February and August, which we actually closed the vacant positions right now, but we are actually opening them just for you guys. So if anybody on this call wants to apply to the vacant position, please let us know that you were part of this call, because we actually closed the application for our vacant positions, right? So we just opened it for you guys, and it's gonna be a 16-week program in which you guys are gonna learn, as I mentioned, soft skills, technical skills. We're gonna have talks, teamwork, little presentations, so that you guys can be a little bit more prepared once you enter the real project and client-faced type works, you know. Just to give you a little bit more of insight of what NextGen is, as I mentioned, this is a program, a learning program in where the associates will enter the K-Square group, that is the actual company, as a software engineer once they actually completed the program. As I mentioned, it is between 14 and 16-week program, depending on what you apply for. Right now, obviously, I imagine everybody would be applying for Salesforce, but if you wanted to apply for Java, JavaScript, which we actually have those options as well, it would vary between 14 and 16 weeks. And we actually, as I mentioned, we bring leaders, mentors for the benefits of every single associate. Once they graduate, once the associate graduates K-Square University, the associates would choose an area of specialization such as Java, JavaScript, or Salesforce, in which they could expand, they could develop their skills a little bit better in order to become professionals or leaders of those areas, right? And as mentioned, after the graduation of K-Square University, the associates that actually pass the filters, they would enter the K-Square group as a full employee. Just so you guys can know what type of profile we're looking for. We're trying to look for somebody who actually finished their careers, like their university studies, such as everybody probably on this call. Well, you guys are about to finish. We're actually looking, whoever applies for K-Square University, we're looking that they are recent graduates with a maximum of 2 years from careers such as software engineering, computational engineering, etc. If you guys have a little bit more years of graduation, I would recommend to apply directly to the K-Square group. We're also looking for a little bit of intermediate or advanced English level. Why is this? Because mostly our clients are based in the US, so we're trying to make the communication and the understanding as easy as possible with our clients. That is why we're asking at least like a level of intermediate or advanced English level. As well, we're asking obviously to have any type of notion of any programming languages. Obviously, I imagine that depending on the type of studies you guys have, it would be C, C++, Python, Java, but we're gonna base every single filter that K-Square has on whatever you guys studied. Obviously, if you studied Python, we're not gonna base the test or the filters in Java, right? So we're gonna try to put all the tests and all the filters based on the programming languages that you guys studied. And obviously, we're trying to look at not just the technical side, but obviously the soft skills part, where the abilities such as problem solving, analytical thinking, like logical thinking, we're trying to evaluate that as well, because it's very, very important for the positions that you guys are applying to, right? How do you apply to K-Square University? Well, it is really easy. I'm going to show you after this slide a little video of how to apply, but once you apply it, you would have to pass these 3 filters, which are not that hard if you actually graduated from a career, and obviously if you graduated from UADY, which they actually offer a lot of potential options for you guys to enter the best companies, right? So the first one would be the form filling that I would show you guys the web page, how to apply, etc., which we're actually looking for you guys to fill in certain information such as name, career path, studies, etc. After that, we would contact you in order to conduct the first filter. That would be the screening filter. It would be kind of the same as applying for the K-Square group, which would be a filter, a video call in which we actually want to know a little bit about you, what type of person you are, what type of communication you have, what type of social skills you have, etc. Then we would go to the second filter, which my colleague Claudia from recruitment would be having it with you guys. It is a clever test, basically a psychometric test, in which we would evaluate your analytical thinking, your logical thinking, basically the way you arrive to a result, right? Not just the result, but the way you reach to that result. And finally, last but not least, we have the third filter, and that would be the technical filter. As I mentioned, the technical filter would be based on whatever language, programming language you guys studied. That is why don't get nervous if you, for example, studied C++ and you were wondering if the third filter was going to be in Java. don't worry about that. If you studied C, C++, Java, we're going to base the third filter on whatever programming language you study. So I would definitely recommend for any of these filters, even for the K-Square group of K-Square University, to maybe practice, keep on learning, maybe do a couple of tests that we can find online in order to make the filters a little bit easier for you guys, right? Because everybody, including me, once you graduate university, you tend to keep on forgetting a lot of the knowledge that you've been taught. So I would definitely recommend to keep on learning and keep on developing your skills. This is a small video of how to apply to the program. As you can see, I'm going to share the links for K-Square University, but it's really easy. You just click the sign up button and you just fill in your name, your email, phone number, so we can contact you and start with the recruitment process, right? As you can see here, we have the web pages, which I will leave on the chat as soon as I'm done with the presentation. But I just wanted to know, I just wanted to share with you all a little bit more about the insights of the demand in Salesforce, a little bit about the insights of the K-Square Group and K-Square University, and everything we're trying to do for the developers in order to make them leaders and managers of any programming languages or any step they want to go to in the future, right? We're trying to make them professionals on their career. Thank you very much. As you guys can see, please, if you have any doubts, if you have any questions, you can contact us to any of those emails. You can contact us to our social media accounts. We'll make sure to help you guys with any questions you may have, any doubts, any maybe career path doubts you may have. We can help you with that as well. We're trying to basically motivate, develop, and have the greatest team for developers here in Yucatan. So I encourage you guys to apply to our program or even enter our webpage just to learn a little bit of what we do and what type of vacant positions we have. And without ado, I just wanted to congratulate every single one of you guys that is graduating. I know it is a great step to take forward to, but don't be scared. Don't be scared if some companies maybe deny their vacant positions to you, because with errors come practice, right? So I would definitely recommend, as Don said, not to discourage yourself, keep on moving forward, keep on working, and just congratulate you guys, and whatever you guys may need, K-Square is here to help you guys.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
We are going to have some breakout rooms at the end of the conference. If any of the students want to stay, we'll have some breakout rooms with the companies if you guys want to talk to any of them. So if you stay at the end, we'll do that. Thank you, Mikel.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikel. Now for our next company, let's receive Maria Tis, Salesforce Senior Consultant from Wingo.
And then just to remind the companies just to be mindful with the time. It's more important the students to get to know about your company, more about the market. We have hit on the market before, so just make sure that you concentrate your time talking about how you're different and what can you offer to the students within the timeline, since we have a very long program today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rafa. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria. I'm a digital solution consultant at Wingo. I'm also leader of the Women in Tech community in Mexico City of Salesforce. And today I will be presenting to you guys about the work that we are doing at Wingo. But first of all, I would like to congratulate you guys, because I saw the presentation of your project and I was very surprised. It was a really good surprise, actually, also because you were working using the nonprofit Success Pack. And well, I will tell you later a little bit about this. But in Wingo, we work for a nonprofit organization and for social initiatives. And well, I think that your project was very complete about this. So congratulations, guys. Okay, so I will presenting just let me know if you see my screen.
You're good to go.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me tell you that Wingo is a nonprofit organization. And in here we work for promoting the digital transformation in social initiatives in America Latina and also other parts of the world, okay? Our mission is to enhance the impact of social projects and initiatives, promoting their digital transformation through the implementation of innovative technological developments. We have a vision to help organizations to consolidate the digital culture in technological development as key agents for change, okay? And well, these are some of our values. We pursue the following values as drivers of our day-to-day work with our partnering organizations. We believe in digital culture not only as something that we can promote with our partners, but also as a way of thinking and executing our work. And we do our work with a lot of passion and empathy, and we promote internally also the work with autonomy and agility, always working with integrity, trying to be very transparent and promote trust with our partnering organizations. Okay, so this is part of our team. Yearly, we gather together with the objective of thinking about new products and strategies and ways to helping the organizations to fulfill their missions. Okay, about our experience. We have more than 11 years of experience. We are 15 people in our team right now, but well, I'll tell you more about this. We are getting bigger each year, and this is also why we are having now many open positions for you guys. And well, we work in 3 offices in America Latina. We have an office in Mexico, Colombia, and also Argentina, attending all the region, and some organizations also that are located in Europe and Africa, okay? And well, we believe in the need of empowering organizations and the social initiatives in the use of technology and all the available digital platforms, to enhance and empower their work, okay? We have a sustainable model, convinced that our sources must be balanced to guarantee our autonomy. And for this reason, our incomes become, as shown in this graphic, from support of external financing provided by donors and international cooperation, and as well as our funds generated by the services we offer to other nonprofit organizations. Okay, we are part of a big technology community called Civic House that groups some of these organizations. Maybe you had heard about some of them, maybe not, but we are part of this community and we work together in many projects for accomplishing our mission, okay? And well, now you should be wondering, what do we exactly do? And I will tell you very fast that we work around 3 axes. Our first axis is contents and community, and in here we work to strengthen organization and social initiatives in their self-management in relation with technology, giving knowledge and providing training and in digital tools, digital methodologies, databases, websites, Agile, Scrum, and everything mostly around the theme of fundraising, okay? So we do this through free workshops, webinars, festivals, and podcasts, and many other materials that we provide to the organizations to be learning more about their digital transformation, okay? And the next axis is the one of digital solutions. And this is the area where I actually work in the part of implementing some solutions such as Salesforce, okay? And well, through this one, our objective is to help organizations with technical knowledge and personalized development, implementing CRM, websites, e-learning, and also recently we work together with other organizations in designing and coordination of digital events, okay? And well, in the area of digital solutions, a big part of our work is related to the implementation of Salesforce, as I told you. And I don't know, guys, if you knew about the Salesforce pledge, 1% pledge. Well, since more than 18 years, Salesforce has been worried about giving back to society part of their work. And as part of the Salesforce culture, their employees and the whole company have been supporting the social sector in different ways, okay? Through their 1-1-1 model, they had given more than 200 million in grants, donated more than 3 million hours of community services, and also have done product donations for more than 39,000 organizations through their program Power of Us, okay? So in Wingu, we try to empower organizations through the implementation of Salesforce, using this benefit that Salesforce has of this program called the Power of Us, in which they donate 10 subscriptions to organizations, and also they receive discounts in other products such as communities, marketing cloud, Pardot, and well, the many other solutions that Salesforce have. Okay, so we mostly work with the integration and implementation of CRM in these organizations using the nonprofit Success Pack. And we totally recommend this to organizations because we believe that the data management is very essential these days, especially in this context of pandemic and remote work. And well, this is something that we really recommend. And well, for this reason, we implement Salesforce, trying to generate collaborative work and also using the tools that are based on the cloud, okay? And well, our third axis is technology, civic technology and social technology. And through this area, we work partnering with some other organizations regionally to resolve social problematics using applications and platforms online to promote the participation of the civic society, okay? And we have developed many tools, such as the list in here, to promote this participation recently due to COVID as well, and the need to access to internet. We created, for example, Acá No Hay Internet, which is a platform to give visualization to governments about the real situation that many people is struggling in these days with no access to internet. So this is a part of the work that we do. We work with organizations, as I told you, in all Latin America and also in other countries from Europe and Africa. And some of them, well, you can see them here, and doing all this work that I told you in these three axes, okay? And well, right now we actually are having a lot of work. We have some open positions in the areas of development and also consulting in Salesforce, actually. And so here, I let you my data. You can contact me, and also you can fill this little form if you are interested, so we can give you more information about these open positions. So I think this is all. I hope you get interested, and I'll be here if you have any other question. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Maria. And for our next company, I will ask Ashanti to present it.
I think she's having some internet problems.
Yeah, she's having troubles with the internet. Well, it's my pleasure to present the next company, Singular, in charge of Fabiola Rodriguez, Gabriela Barcenas, and Viviana Bonada.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Alex. I am Viviana Bonada. I am from the company of Singular.
Oh, yeah, we cannot see your camera.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Now it's okay, right? Everyone can see me.
We see your screen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Gabby, can you help me sharing the presentation, please? I cannot share the screen because someone is sharing it too.
Hold on, let me.
Thank you.
Who's sharing? Let's try to start. Who's sharing? Fabiola is sharing.
Fabi, could you please show the presentation because the screen is not showing complete?
I don't know if she can hear us. Fabiola.
Well, since she can start sharing the screen, I will.
Yes, Vivi, let me.
Thank you, Fabi. I will
Gabby,
start talking.
Let me.
Okay, well, let's start. We are from Singular. We are Singular company. Congratulations to everyone. Who we are? A company that was created in Spain 20 years ago. We are in an international team of information technology experts that offer companies technological solutions and methodologies that accelerate the digitalization process. We unite the best technology with the power of people and help our clients navigate in this crucial disruption. Our history. Singular was founded in Madrid, Spain, more than 20 years ago as a developer of custom software solutions. Despite of a great work, we have not forgotten our roots as a startup. It's like one of our basics. Not that innovation and agility in a world which technological services are constantly changing. Our sector evolves very quick, and nowadays more. And of course, it will probably change in the next 10 years. Everything that concerns the growth of our company, everything except our culture that defines us as what we are and we are working on it.
Viviana, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think the presentation cannot be seen. If you like, Fabiola, you can send me the link and I can share it for you guys.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, Gabby, will presentation?
The presentation, okay. Okay, yeah. Now we can see it. Perfect. Okay.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Perfect. Can we change to the next slide? Thank you. This is a little bit of what we are talking about. And also, well, this is a little bit of what I am telling you before, that we were founded in Madrid 20 years ago. We started like a startup, and now we have been changing. right? Now the place where, can you change to the next slide, please? Thank you. The places where we have offices, we started in Spain. Now we have offices since 2012 in Mexico, Singapore last year, Chile, and USA from now. Also, next slide, please. Can you help me? What we do. Our portfolio includes 16 services and different solutions of agile methodology and business transformation. We have customers of different sectors, and all of these DKCs, as we name it, we use it in different developers that we are implementing to our different customers, like financials, retail, assurance, etc. Our technology stack of Singular, we are like working on everything because this is the way we are with our customers is from front-end, back-end, intelligence, platforms, mobile. We are also changing all the time because the market is like asking this. So we are innovating every time, making new courses, new projects, trying to improve in everything all this time. Thank you. Our alliance and certifications. We are working now in new certifications and alliances with different partners like AWS, Salesforce, Google Cloud, Mongo. All of these are working since Spain and Mexico from now. We are like preparing people on these different alliances and creating new projects based on this. Since 1985, we are on digital transformation of principal and financials world. Where some of our biggest companies is our customers in different parts of Spain. I will not name all of it, but you can see this. We are trying to also get more customers and get more people here in Mexico so we can be as big as in Spain. Thank you. Why we would like that you became part of our family of Singular? We are like all the time asking our people, what do you like of Singular? What we can improve? All of this, they like the culture we are working. We are very agile. The trust, is the trust of the customer and also of our people that we always deliver, and we always deliver with quality. Our talent, we work with experts and specialists that are referenced in different communities like UX. We have our reference of UX is one of the best of all the market. Excellence, we have the capacity of find no one solution, but yes, the solution. Velocity, because it's one of our priority, because of the customer we are working, they always like everything very fast. Efficiency, and community is like to be part of something bigger than you. Our dev training program, we started this like 3 years ago, our first edition. We have already one request, 16 developers, more than 2 themes is developed, of like code lines, 5 projects, 50 hours of content, 14 graduates, and 9 singulars that has been hired by us. And with all of these singulars and also the 16 developers has the certification of Next Gen, Sales, APX, Datio, Scrum, and other ones that are being requested by us and by different customers. Thank you. Our benefits, we have different, like a long list of benefits, 100% under payroll gross salary, insurance of major medical expenses, insurance of minor medical expenses like insurance, Patrick coupons, saving pound, Udemy account where every singular people can get in and study all of the courses that are allowed here, English bonus per month, technical events and courses, certification bonus, and a bonus that we give as part of a kit of knowledge. One of the recommendations and prizes that we have is in 2019, the Great Place to Work super spaces of work, because our offices are very comfortable and have all the security for this. The 30 better pros of executive world on 2019. And I think it's well, our presentation is not like the others. It's very short, but here in our page, you can see that it's Fabiola, Gabriela, and the human resources mails. So you can put in contact with them, with us. We are trying to make this new dev training program of now on the of Salesforce. We have new programs with USA working, and now with these teams that we're having Agile connected teams, it's helping us that getting some people that can help from here to Salesforce singular team is one of our objectives, and we hope that we can have new recruitments by this platform that we are using right now of Zoom. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Viviana. Fabiola and Gabriela, thank you very much. And now, before our next company, I want to present Dr. Edgar Cambranes. He will talk us a little bit about the Ohana culture and what's happening inside the university.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much for all the companies. I just wanted to have a small break and to talk about our journey with Salesforce. So I was reflecting with Rafa the other day about what we had done in our university. So that's how I decided to use just a small, a short time to share with you how we started with Salesforce. So I thought about 3 words yesterday about like we have the opportunities, challenges, and a breakthrough when we started this journey. So let me tell you how we started with Salesforce. It's kind of interesting thing. I met Rafa through a common friend who told me, oh, you know, I know this guy who is talking about soft skills, and he might like to have a talk in the university. So I thought, well, it could be a really interesting opportunity to have this guy talk to us. It was interesting. I didn't know anything about Salesforce at that time. Actually, it's like my students at that moment, they didn't know anything about Salesforce, and the first thought it was like a kind of when they heard about Salesforce, they thought it was like a kind of pyramid scheme or something like this. Like Rafa was selling something like this. So, but then he gave us the talk. He talked about soft skills, but also he was doing a little bit of selling of Salesforce. And I remember because he loved to use the Morgan Frank salary survey, and he showed us, oh, you know, like this is the amount of salary that you can get if you are doing Salesforce. And so, well, that's a good opportunity, you know, like a 6-figure salary. It sounds good, but I'm a bit skeptical about that. Anyway, after a short talk, we really click. He volunteered to have the first Salesforce class. So we started the whole thing. So the opportunity began and the challenge at the start. Because at that moment, that was, I guess it was 2018, I guess, Rafa? Yeah?
18,
yeah.
2018.
So we're a public university. We didn't know anything about pandemic in that moment. So we weren't prepared to have a remote class because Rafa volunteered, but he's living in the US. So it begins like a bureaucratic challenge, but also Ramon helped me a lot, like convincing him, you know, like we are going to have this remote class. We are going to deal with the whole logistic. You will laugh about our first tripod that we have in our class. It was a wooden stick with the webcam. So, and then finally Rafa said, you know, like that can happen in my class. I'm going to provide you a speaker, I'm going to provide you a tripod, and then if we need, we are going to provide some other stuff for the kids. Okay, let's do it. So after a few issues when we started the class, almost at the end of the semester, Rafa came with this idea. Oh, you know, I know these guys, Angela and Larry. What do you think if we ask them to come here to Merida and to assess and feedback the projects for the students? But the only thing is, like, Larry doesn't speak Spanish, so the presentation has to be in English. So, okay, that's okay. So it was the next challenge for our students, because we take it out of the school, out of the comfort zone that they have this regular space when they are going to provide the regular presentation. So it was a really interesting exercise. Everybody was really nervous, like just we saw it before, but I think it's a really good experience for our students. It's just amazing that they can expose themselves to these kinds of experience. So I'm really grateful for all the help that we are receiving from Angela and Larry, that now we consider as part of our family here in Merida, and also for all these volunteers and all these keynote speakers. Like, thank you so much for the kind of event that we are having today, because we started really simple and it just became like a real thing. Actually, I didn't prepare any slide. Everyone was so professional today. And I think Rafa and we are the only ones that we are not using slides at all. But anyway, so we have this challenge, and for a few years, we had just one Salesforce class. And then the last year, we have a really good results with the students that they just show you the donation system. And Rafa decided to open a second class. But it was a really interesting, because we challenged the students. They didn't take any holiday at all. So they just finished the first class, and then immediately just started to working on the project. So that's why they have a really challenging time. But I guess we force them to see what they're capable of. So I'm really proud about what the guys are doing, you know. And also it's because we are working with projects, like with social projects, or for projects that are in NGO projects. Most of the time, they have to speak with the stakeholder. For some of the projects, they have to speak in English. So again, we are challenging the students. So I think it has been a really interesting experience, you know, like having all these classes, having all these experiences. And it's not just Salesforce, you know, like Rafa and all the volunteers are teaching more than Salesforce. So that's a really interesting experience. So now in this pandemic world, our students are facing a really hard time. But I guess is where the Ohana sense comes alive. Because the idea about the Ohana is that the family but I don't have that sense about when things are getting right. Is what is happening when things are getting wrong. And I think is what we can count now with when things are getting harder. Like we are supporting our students with amazing people that they are part of the class. They are volunteering to be teaching some subjects. They are mentoring our students, and sometimes they are even supporting in our students in some other ways. So I guess we have this move, we got this bit about moving forward that does just learning Salesforce. We are doing software engineering, we are doing Salesforce, but we are doing something for the society also. So I'm really happy about that. So I guess is the way that we are making that our students are moving forward, and they're standing from the crowd. So we have now like a roadmap for Salesforce in our university. We have community projects. We have this huge community that we built in the last 3 years. And I think is what we would try to do for our students, like to have better opportunities. So, and that's the idea. So for example, in this case, like I take these few moments just to present our next speakers, because part of an example of this is like we are really happy to announce that we have an agreement with Deloitte Mexico. So the academy program of Deloitte Mexico is going to be recognized or credited as an assignment in our university. So it's going to be really interesting because they are going to have experience. They are going to have a kind of an internship, and maybe, hopefully, they are going to have an offer at the end of the academy program. So I think this is part of the things that they are happening because the community of Salesforce. So having said that, I'm really happy to introduce Maria Maldonado and Arturo Velasco from Deloitte, that they may be talking about the program from the academy and some other stuff from Deloitte Mexico. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. So nice to meet you all. My name is Arturo Velasco. I'm the Managing Director of Deloitte, and more specifically of the Americas Regional Delivery Center of Deloitte, who supports the world from Querétaro in Mexico. First of all, let me say congratulations to all of you. Fantastic work. Really thank the university. Rafael, thank you for the invitation. I think you're doing something fantastic and it's worthy of recognize. So to all you students, the best thing that I can tell you right now to start is that you have a great future, and I can guarantee your work, which is the most interesting part also. So that's good news. So let me try to do this fast and easy. I'll try to explain you what Deloitte is and what we can do and what we're doing right now. And at the end, maybe potentially we'll have some opportunity of questions, and if not, we will give you the information so you can contact us. Okay, so let's start. What is Deloitte, right? The question is that a lot of people may say, what is Deloitte? Who are they? Where they are? Well, Deloitte is the #1 consulting firm in the world. Right now, we're around 300,000 employees around the planet and growing. And we are really oriented into working in changing the cities, the world, the mobility of business and everything, right? We have right now more than 850 offices in 169 countries around the world. Think of a place in the world, we have an office there. Australia, China, South Africa, Spain, Denmark, New Zealand, name it. In Mexico, Deloitte Consulting is the biggest professional services firm in Mexico. We have close to 6,000 professionals, and we are present in 19 cities. Our center, like I mentioned, is in Querétaro. Okay, so right now our work is servicing around 88% of the Fortune 500 companies in the world. We serve around 88% of those companies. We have different portfolios that offer digital customer marketing, business operations, strategy and analytics. I will explain a little bit of that. And like I was saying, for you to remember, ARDC means America's Regional Delivery Center, and it's where we serve the planet from Querétaro. We're part of what we call the GDN, the Global Delivery Network. So we have a center in Querétaro, we have centers in the US, we have one in Romania, which is the Europe Regional Delivery Center. We have 4 centers in India, and we have 1 in Manila. One of the key things, and we really like to highlight this, coming to work with us is not a work. It's not a job, it's a career. We are inviting people to grow and be creating a future for them within the firm, and we really foster those things, and we'll help you to do that. We provide solutions that are end-to-end. We do development, we do implementation, we do testing, we do application management and support, we do integration in different technologies. SAP, Oracle, Java, Salesforce, Hybris, UX, SuccessFactors, RPA, and going on and on and on and on. But one of the main areas that we have is Salesforce. It's one of our diamonds in the company. From a people and culture perspective, what we like to do with our people, it's to continually help them develop, to create a career. So we have a lot of internal initiatives also that on not only training, academy, certifications, everything is paid by the firm, by the way. You don't need to invest anything. It's part of our strategy to grow. But we also have very interesting internal initiatives, social responsibility. We help the community. We help kids in need, stuff like that. We have programs of wellness where we take care of our people and our family. We have a partners community and a lot of other things. From a client's perspective right now, as we speak, we're servicing a close 300 clients since we opened. And right now, as we speak, we have almost 100 where we're servicing from Querétaro, places like China, Australia, Germany, and all of the Americas. Top 10 reasons why joining Deloitte. Well, I already talked about the people and the culture. This is not a job, this is a career. We'd like to help you grow. Inclusion. We are an organization that respects. We don't care how old are you, what's your sex, which religion, which football team you go for. We don't care. We respect everyone, and we're recognized as a company that do that. Our benefits are very good. We are really at the top end of our competitiveness from salary, from benefits, insurance, and everything else. I won't go into that direction. We're always innovating. If you hear about new technologies, it's a probability that we're already there and we're already servicing. When Salesforce started, we were pioneers, and new technologies are coming, and we continue to be pioneers. So innovation is part of our brand, so I think that's important. We always try to make an impact that matters. We are an organization that is taking care of our own, of our society, of our clients, so I think it's very important. You will have the opportunity to interact with multicultural teams. If we have presence around the world, the possibilities that you will be talking to people from China, from Europe, from Asia, in other places, from South America, from everywhere, it's very, very possible. As we speak, as part of our development program, we have exchange programs with other Deloittes in the world. Right now, it's a bit complex with the pandemic, but we have a group of people that from India that became Mexican employees, and they live here with us, and it's creating our culture, and we're learning from them. You will have always a mentor, a coach. Once you arrive to Deloitte, to the ARDC, you will have a coach, someone that will help you to develop your career, who will help you develop your soft skills, whatever you need to continue growing. You will have access to experts. When we talk about an organization that has hundreds of thousands of people, you will have access to people that knows a lot. When you arrive to ARDC, even if you're an analyst, there will be senior consultants that have been doing there for years that they are only hoping that you can ask them things so they can teach you. And again, it's career opportunities. The amount of technologies that we service, if you all of a sudden feel like you want to move somewhere else, there's always the opportunity to do that. So right now, Deloitte is one of the top 100 companies to work for in the world. We have also awards of the Great Place to Work. We are also recognized as one of the best places to work from Computer Trabajo, et cetera, et cetera. We inspire leaders. Deloitte invests in their people, so we help them grow beyond and really like to make them grow. A lot of companies have like 20 layers. You enter to analyst 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then consultant, and if you want to grow, someone needs to retire. It's way complex. We have 6 levels. You enter as an analyst, then you're a consultant, senior consultant, manager, senior manager, and director partner. Director partner, you are part of you own the company. You are part of it, and it's only 5 levels away. It's a very simple structure that allows you to grow. If you want to grow your career and not be a people manager, a leader, and you want to be pure technical, then we have a path of a specialist where you can get at the level of a partner without being a manager of people. You can be a guru in technology, and we have that path. So the first phase of what we do is to gather experience, to let you know the industry and everything else is what we call experience and exposure. Then you become in the area of specialization, and then you become an area of eminence. So I think it's very important to remember you that everybody in the firm has a mentor that will help you monitor your professional development and guide you through your career in Deloitte. Okay, so quick picture, I want to stop there, is just a quick photograph of what we're doing right now in technology. Like I was saying, implementation, development, testing, operate, integration, operate is support, by the way. But then you can see the different technologies that we're servicing right now. And as we speak, we're creating new ones. Salesforce Cloud, Service Clouds, Community Cloud, Financial Services Cloud, Einstein, MuleSoft, CPQ, Velocity, Copado, Salesforce Marketing Cloud, Pardo, Datorama, Salesforce Commerce, name it. If you heard about it, we certainly are doing something for it. So think about the potential that you have to grow and expand your knowledge. And even if you get tired of this technology, you can move to another. So that's also, I think, very cool, because there's always the opportunity to continue growing, and we foster that. Our clients, just a quick photograph, I won't go there, but I know there are very interesting names of clients we serve. We serve Amazon as a client. We serve HP, Cargill, the #1 company in food in the planet, New York Life, Coca-Cola. I mean, and this is just a sample. By the way, we're servicing Google right now from Querétaro. So I think that talks about the potential that you have and which companies you can work for. So it's a great experience. What you should expect from Deloitte as a business technology analyst, that your work is meaningful. You will have autonomy. We will help you feed and adapt. We will encourage in you critical thinking. We will empower you. Management support, you will have clear objectives, coaching. We will invest in your development. We will have a great performance management tool, because beyond your salary, you get also bonuses every year based on your performance. So I think it's also very attractive. A positive work environment. We are a family. The Ohana thing that Edgar just mentioned, that we totally get it. It's similar to what we do right now. We're a big family. We're a community. Everybody's here to help and learn and coach and develop. Our most important asset is people. I've been asked 100 times, Arturo, you run a technology company? I say, no, I run a people company, people that do technology. So I think it's very important, right? It's a people-oriented workplace. We recognize performance, and diversity and inclusion. It's part of our DNA. So it's about respect. Growth opportunities, I talk a little about it. Continuous professional learning, mobility opportunities, not now, but when pandemic ends, you have opportunity to go to our clients' places around the world. And then trust in leadership. We are one of recognized as a very ethical, professional, and most dedicated to quality and everything companies around the world. We have our values. We continue to invest in people, and transparency and honesty. It's part of our culture. Our commitment is to connect our people to what really matters, their professional growth and development, and to deliver exceptional value to our customers. A part of our facilities, it's really cool. It's a place designed for you to work, have fun, collaborate. It's fantastic. We are really missing that. Right now we are close to 500 people right now. We have opened 250 positions and counting, and we want to be 2,000 in the next year and a half. So also, if you join Deloitte and you recommend someone, we will pay you very good money just for the recommendation. So we're trying to grow as fast as we can. So very cool facilities. You will have, once you are there, subsidy for food. You can get access to gyms. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do. I just wanted to show you how cool it looks. It's really designed in a way that we will collaborate. The photo that I have on my back, it's the real deal. It's actually ARDC in Querétaro. And we'd like to close this conversation by saying our motto, our slogan: in the ARDC, we do the common things uncommonly well. And thank you very much for your time. You can find me in LinkedIn. I have my Arturo Velasco Moreno, Velasco with S, in LinkedIn. You can find me there. Send me an invite. Sometimes I'm a bit slow, but I can respond to you. And then we will send you over the chat, the email of both Lupita Botello, Lupita Maldonado, which are helping us with the recruitment. We are starting an academy of Salesforce in the next few weeks. So our academies, we not only pay you for the training, we pay you some money just to be working with us in the academy, with a promise that if everything goes well, you will have a job finishing the academy with Deloitte. So thank you very much. Again, congratulations to all of you. Great job, really enthusiastic. I wish you the best future. And like I said, starting my conversation, the best thing that I can say right now is that I guarantee you that you can have a job. Thank you.
Thank you, Arturo.
Thank you, Arturo. We have completed the company's presentations. Thanks to all the participants for being here and showing us.
Chanti doesn't it sound good. Yeah, you have a bad audio. Alex, take over.
Can you hear me?
No, your microphone is making noises.
Maybe we can have a company donate a microphone for Chanti.
Done.
There you go.
Let me know where we send it.
Thank you.
Okay, well, as Ashanti was saying, thank you to all the companies. And now we're before our next class presentation. We're going to see a short video of the Dr. Payaso organization, the organization that the students have been working on since the beginning of the semester. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Go for it, buddy.
And let me know if you can hear it.
No.
No.
There's no sound yet. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
De que esté doctor Payaso en un hospital son muchísimos. Es esa parte sensible que desgraciadamente se ha venido perdiendo, ¿no?, a lo largo de la vida de los hospitales.
Yo creo que hay amplios beneficios porque es romper con los esquemas normales, permitir nuevas prácticas que revolucionarán completamente el enfoque de la medicina.
Tener ese pedacito de felicidad, de ver algo diferente, interactuar, reírse, hace que se les olvide por lo menos un ratito toda esa angustia.
No simplemente son doctores payasos, ¿no? Todos son coaches, todos saben cómo abordar un tema, ¿no? Cómo de alguna u otra manera acompañar a las personas.
¡Abrazo! ¡Abrazo!
Y no solamente lo traigas para los niños, sino tráelo para los adultos también.
y ojalá en un futuro todos los médicos tengamos un poquito de doctores payasos.
Doctor payaso es amor.
Para mí, ahora que soy una doctora payasa, el hospital es mucho más divertido. Es un lugar en donde ya no me da tanto miedo. Ser un doctor payaso es maravilloso.
Gracias a cada doctor payaso. Gracias por compartir lo más valioso de ti en cada visita. Tu cariño, tu mirada, tu escucha, tu presencia. Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes, los doctores y el personal médico, por recibirnos con los brazos abiertos y por creer en la magia de nuestra labor.
Gracias a cada uno de los pacientes y sus familias con quien hemos compartido momentos mágicos en el hospital. Gracias por cada juego, sonrisa, mirada y abrazo. Con muchísimo cariño los llevamos en el corazón.
A nuestros amigos, aliados, muchísimas gracias por creer en nosotros. Muchas gracias por creer en la felicidad que sirve.
Oof.
Okay, and with this great opening, this great introduction, it is my pleasure to present Dr. Maria Esperanza. She's going to talk about us a little bit more.
Hi, I'm Esperanza Juarez, better known that Doctora Pera at the hospital. I've been volunteering from Dr. Payaso for the last 4 years, and now I'm working at the office like a fundraiser and a coordinator with the virtual visits. And for the next month, I want to be the Salesforce admin. So I'm learning now how to improve Salesforce. In Dr. Payaso, we visit 11 hospitals in Mexico, in all the Republic Mexican, in Veracruz, Ciudad de Mexico, and Toluca. And now with the pandemic, we are making virtual visits in different countries, and like Chile, España, France, Canada, the United States, and all the Republican Mexican. And everyone can schedule a virtual visit with us. And now we are we are very excited with working with Rafa and his team, because we think that with Salesforce will help us to better manage the association and get more places to visit now. And thank you guys, congratulations.
Thank you, Pera. So I'm just gonna add that every time I watch that video, it just gives me goosebumps. It's amazing what you guys are doing. It's a pleasure to be partnering with you guys to implement Salesforce. It's great experience for the students, and it's a great opportunity for you. A shout out to Noemi Hernandez, which is on the call, who is the
thank you, Noemi.
does an amazing job in putting us together so we can help each other. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate what you guys do. So we're gonna keep working next semester with you guys. It was a hard time, so with that, let's go with the students. Guys, they're gonna be grading you, so make sure that you introduce yourself and they know who you are, and show your picture and your video, please. So let's just start, Alex, sorry.
No, please, guys, the stage is yours, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Alexis, and I'm going to start this presentation. Please let me know if you can see my screen, please.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for being here today. Today I will talk about with the project we have with Dr. Payaso. And give me a moment. Okay. And also with my colleagues from the Universidad Autónoma de Yucatán from the Agile Enterprise Project Delivery class using the Salesforce platform. Well, my name is Alexis Nájera. Within Dr. Payaso's project, I serve as a Scrum Master together with my partner, Andrea Pantoja, who is also part of one of the teams that we will present today. Together, we were responsible for coordinating meetings, identifying principal needs, and transferring them to the understanding by the entire team to Universidad Autónoma de Yucatán. But who is Dr. Payaso? As we can see here, we have the vision of the purpose and also their values. But Dr. Payaso is a nonprofit organization that helps patients heal through a smile and volunteer support to help many patients. In the last month, Dr. Payaso could not dedicate enough time to cover the timeline, since we understand that all of us has faced complicated situations in the news normal. As the social sector is the most affected in every way, that is why the project was affected by delays and some lacks of definitions that the whole team tries to solve during each phase. All of this problem was a lesson for everyone that we will put practice on in our next sprints. The team effort is reflected in the definition of the user stories, where more than 30 stories with 7 personas were prioritized using a technique similar to Moscow. We select the main ones for our first sprint. Here we have the first persona as a leader of the certification. So we have one user story here. As a leader of the certification, I would like to know how many and which applicants will take the next certification and how many are currently taking it. Thereby improving the certification process. Our next persona, as an aspirante, I would like to send a copy of the personal document required by the Detectives de Narices Rojas so that I can complete my certification process. Also learn more about the applicant process to be prepared and complete the entry form with the data to be connected by the organization for an interview. And the last person that we work in this first sprint is Detectives de Narices Rojas, and I'm going to read some of these user stories. We already have 6, but I'm going to tell you 3 only. As a Detective de Narices Rojas, I would like to know if there are applicants who do not yet have an interview date so that a date can be assigned as soon as possible. Also, write down the observation and important details of each interview in an organized way. To review the information, what requires. And finally, schedule the day and time of the interviews, improving time organization and streaming the recruitment process. Now, my teammate from the team 6 will show you our work. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a shout out to Alexis. He's actually joining my team externally. So I welcome people sometimes that are not part of the university to learn Salesforce, because this is not just exclusive to us, it's everybody can learn. The only commitment that they have to work as hard as the students, and he has done it. So thank you very much, Alexis. And he has done so many things for the group and provided so many. Thank you, Alexis.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, and now we're going to start with the presentation. And let me know when you see my screen, please.
What's your name?
Okay, I'm Albert Peniche.
Okay, we can see it.
And listen to me. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We are Team 6, made of Alexis, Adrian, Gerardo, Efrain, Daniel, and Alvar. Where we will presenting the following tables contents containing the roles and profiles, organization by default, flow diagram, and people and object in Salesforce. Where we'll presenting the following. My name is Angel, and now I'm going to talk about the roles and profiles. In Dr. Payaso, there is established hierarchy, and for this project, the following roles were used. The certification leader, which shares to deliver to certification to the volunteers and who finish in the course. The administrator, who shares to volunteers and the distribution of staff hospital. The red noise detectives, who take care of people who want to register, checking if they have the ability to enter, and finishing the applicants who want to join the organization.
Okay, now I'm gonna talk about people and their objects in Salesforce. And for this delivery, we define 5 main profiles that are the ones who will have the most interaction with the system directly or indirectly. And for example, at first we define the volunteer, or in this case, the Dr. Payaso, who is an applicant who has successfully completed the certification, all the certification. And also we have the applicants and the red nose detective that are the ones who involved in the interview and the selection process for the new certifications. And finally, we establish the administrator to understand and maintain the entire system.
Hi, I'm Daniel Pot, and now I'm going to talk about the objects. We use standard objects in red color and custom objects in blue color. For this case, we use 3 standard objects, which are account for the hospital, contacts for the volunteer, administrators, and red nose detectives, as well as the leads for the Dr. Payaso applicants. For the custom object, we define 2, one for the form to be filled of the leads, and another one to schedule the interviews between the leads and the red nose detectives. We create custom objects for the form in order not to generate custom fields in the leads, which can generate empty fields when generating leads with Salesforce or occupying information that is not always necessary in this object. At the end, we have the schema of the object already mapped in Salesforce.
Hi, I am Adrian Fernandez. I am present our organization-wide defaults for this project. The organization wide defaults include different types of settings, which are public full access, public read-write, public read-only, and private. In this project, for all objects, use private because we don't want all people access to see the information and want anyone to modify such information. For a specific case for lead, the reason is because contain the private information for the aspirant, and the interview contained a specific question for each aspirant, and the Dr. Payaso defined the answer are private. For account and contact is a similar reason, and the lead and that lead. And for registration form is necessary because the aspirant put in the form all private information.
Hi, my name is Ephraim. Now I will explain the flow chart. In the first step, the applicant fills out the survey and is verified if they had already filled it out before. In case they have filled it out before, the survey is not taken into account. Otherwise, a list is created for the applicant. The next step, meets the requirements. If he does not comply, he is not a candidate to be a volunteer. If he does, a date is scheduled for the interview.
I'm Gerardo. I'm going to explain the second part of the chart. Now, on to the next step. Can they take the certification? If the answer is no, they are rejected as applicants. Otherwise, they go for the certification process, in which, if they fail, they are discharged from it or sent to the blacklist. And then there's a feedback process as to why that happened. In case the applicant approves the certification, the flow ends for now.
Is that the last person? You guys done?
Is all.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, well, let's open the Q&A section. So please, if everybody has a question, I will be watching.
Yeah, and let's just clarify that this is a little different what we have done in different years. So we have a very big team this time. So I broke the project into 3 phases. So this is the first part of the project. So you're gonna see more, but I want you to direct the questions to this team so you can grade them before we move to the next team, okay? So anybody who wants to ask a question to this team about the subject that they did, let's do that.
I have a question here.
Yes, Aldo, go ahead.
Hey, congrats, guys. I have a quick question about the mechanism that you're going to use for the applicants. You mentioned that you're going to use a community, right? Guys?
Yes, they are. And there's another team that is going to talk about that one, not this team, but yes.
Okay. I was going to ask, just was curious about what kind of licenses are you going to assign to those applicants, if they are going to be anonymous or if they are going to register with some kind of feature that community can provide, but maybe the other groups can answer that question.
Yeah, let's save it for the last team that is going to give you that, but that's a great question, Aldo. That was one of my headaches. Any other question for this team?
I have a question.
Angela.
I think that when we approach Salesforce projects, we want to jump in and start configuring or programming and sometimes skip over the part that you seem to have done well, which is figure out the flows. Can you tell me how you approached Dr. Payaso to get the information out of them about how their processes worked and how they wanted them to work?
Somebody in the team?
You're quiet today.
Excuse me, can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
sorry.
Absolutely. When we want to jump into Salesforce and do the fun stuff, but one of the most important parts of a software project is listening to what the people want, what your clients want. How did you work with Dr. Payaso to get their requirements out of them, to understand their workflows and processes? Would that make sense?
So I'm gonna.
We established at the first 2 meetings with all the team Payaso, and to get a conversation with them and get all the information about the requirements, their clients, or well, in this case, their volunteers, and we established a person or people, and yeah, of the user stories and the person, we get the requirements for the system.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question here. This is a quick one. And it's related to the fact that, well, basically what you're using is a volunteering module. Are you using the volunteer module from the nonprofit starter pack, or is you developed something custom related to that specific case? And if that's the case, why you choose that?
Yeah, let's see. Somebody wants to volunteer? Should I volunteer?
Just mention a name, Rafa.
Yeah, let's do second.
Let them volunteer themselves.
Volunteer themselves. Yeah. So
I will choose.
Who's gonna? Yeah, choose somebody.
Alvaro, are you there?
He just answered the last question.
Maybe Adrian or Angel.
Who's I mean, it's Adrian, are you there? Adrian is frozen.
Let's do Luis Gerardo. Come on, Luis Gerardo.
Luis Gerardo, whoever. Vamos, muchachos. No se me queden.
Okay, can you repeat the question? I have to understand it.
Come on.
Gerardo, no problem. I'm asking you guys that it seems that you build a volunteering module for capturing applicants and capture volunteers. Are you using the non-profit starter pack feature of volunteering, or you build something custom specifically for this project? And if you did the custom route, why you choose that way?
I think we have problem figuring this out, but at the end, we basically go custom with it.
Can somebody from the other teams help him? They know the answer. I know somebody knows.
Okay, I built a custom register for the volunteers because Dr. Payaso has to do different volunteers. A volunteer is a Dr. Payaso, and applicant it's other person. He will register in a certification model, and in the final we create a new model for this certification and register the leads or applicants.
Okay, that was the answer that I was looking for. Thank you, guys.
So, and just to add, although they use NSPS, we're using that. And so we're using contacts as applicants and leads, but they are confusing the part where they put the leads and they also relate it to the applications. That's the part that is custom. So we're gonna see more. Okay, so let's, Naomi has a question. Naomi?
Yes, just one question about considering that this is the first stage of the project, now the user stories and the design of the first workflows or flows, and in this process with Dr. Payaso, what are the risks that you have visualized for the development of this sprint, the sprint 1, and its following sprints? What are that risks?
Okay, somebody else from the team?
I'm sorry, I don't know, you understand the question.
About the risk, Angel, do you visualize some risk in this process for the deployment process and the next sprints? Because you talk a little more, you talk a little about the maybe in this process was a little difficult, the communication with Dr. Payaso, and maybe that raised some risk in the process, no? And maybe another one was the communication, or maybe what is the risk that you see in for, of course, this stage that was like a planning and design, and for the next stages?
So let's have Adrian Fernandez answer the question.
Okay, about the risks, I don't know what is the future risk in this project, but in this part of a project, complicate the communication for all, because the project is complicated and is try to, I don't know how do you say in English, sorry, but is tardado, is I don't know how do you say the word in English, but is a long project. The risk is the future students don't have all information, because change the students to make a project. Is the risk they change the students for the make a project.
Okay, and maybe that gonna affect the timeline that you have, no, for this sprint and for the next sprints.
Yes.
Thank you, Adrian.
Okay, guys, thank you. So you guys, that's it. Let's go to the next team, since we are already almost at 3 hours. Thank you, guys. Good job. You guys got a little nervous, but that's fine. So please, judges, start grading them. They are on the second page of the form, so you can go back to the first page after. Let's go with the second team, please.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Itzel Bermudez, and we are the Brainly Authors team. These are my teammates, Sebastián Echeverría, Stephanie Mezquita, Emilio Valderas, Rudy May, and Naomi Garcia. And this is our things to do list. These are just some of the activities that we did as part of the project. And me and my teammates are going to explain each of these.
Steph, you're muted.
I'm Stephanie Mezquita, and I will be presenting the custom fields and objects that we created. Well, since Salesforce provides us with the contact object, we classify the personas in this object with record types. We also created some custom fields focused on some of the roles in these record types, like certification date for volunteer and prospect to train, which is the applicant that the coach will be training to become a Dr. Payaso. Next slide, please. Some custom objects that we also added are interview for the interviews to the applicants, assigned hospital for the Doctores Payaso, which are the volunteers, visit group to assign them to hospitals, form filter, visit, and household for family groups of volunteers. All these custom objects we created to make the system more suitable to the Dr. Payaso organization. Next.
Okay, the next point on the list is identify stakeholders to create the project team. We identified 3 stakeholders. The first one is Alex Garcia. He is the founder of Dr. Payaso, and he is also a certification leader. The second stakeholder is Mirna De Lucio. She is a director alongside with Alex Garcia. She is a coach and facilitator during the certification process. This means that she is in charge of accompanying the applicants or candidates during their certification process to become Dr. Payaso. And the third stakeholder is Pera Juarez. She has various functions at Dr. Payaso. She is a hospital coordinator. She is in charge of managing the sponsorships and donations. And in addition to these functions, she also acts as a link to virtual visits, since she helps these visits to take place. We also added a bit of contact information, such as email, LinkedIn, and phone number.
Hi, I'm Sebastián Echeverría. I'm going to talk about the data importation. Dr. Payaso provided us with volunteers data through an Excel file. The files we use to map the data provided the Excel document are first name, father's last name, mother's last name, because we have 2 surnames, Klaus name, which is a nickname, gender, birthday, email, occupation, blood type, allergy, other phone for emergency contact, certification city, and generation. While the map for assignment hospital object is Dr. Payaso to name and hospital. In Dr. Payaso, a relationship with contact and hospital with account. Now my teammate Emilio going to continue the presentation.
Hi, I'm Emilio, and I will talk about the key we defined to avoid lead duplication. The key we defined is the CURP, which is the Mexican National ID number. We choose this key because it gives us many benefits. First, and it is unique. This is the main requirement for a key, so this attribute was a must-have. Also, all Mexicans already have one, so we don't have to create a new key. Lastly, it's for its accessibility. Every Mexican have its CURP printed in his ID, in his ID card, and can be consulted at any time in official government websites.
Hi, my name is Naomi Garcia, and I'm going to talk about our training plan for users. Since we have meetings with Dr. Payaso, we've been knew that they have some kind of knowledge about the platform. So in this training plan, we decided to concentrate the plan in all the things that we did with the objects and with the graphical user interface, so they can have a bit of context of why we chose to use these objects and why we created 6 custom objects. So in this training plan, we explained to them why we decided to use 3 types of standard objects and why we created 6 custom objects. Now, it's important to mention that when we created the custom objects, we made sure to set up their availability for each role that we have in Dr. Payaso project.
Hi, my name is Rudy. I'm going to talk about resources. We know that we can't cover all Salesforce acknowledgement with a few trades, but to give Dr. Payaso an introduction to the huge world of Salesforce, we define a set of results that we think are really important to know for everybody that is going to use Salesforce for the first time. We have listed a set of traits and useful documentation links that describes the basic things to get started. This documentation subtract tells us what is Salesforce, what's an object, difference between standards and custom objects, what is a record, how to create records, how to manage record types, create profiles, manage them, create roles, manage security in objects, controlling access to users, and navigation between role interfaces. We know that is a little bit extensive, but we think that these traits are really, really important to know.
That's all.
Thank you, guys. So let's open it for questions.
Hey there. I have a question related to fields. You guys mentioned that you
introduce yourself.
Nadim. I am Nadim. Sorry, I will turn on my camera.
Thank you to Nadine. She woke up at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. to be here in Australia. So thank you.
Yay! Yes, it's 6 a.m. right now. Yeah, so I have a question related to the fields. You mentioned, guys, that you created a couple of fields for the objects. Just wanted to ask if you consider any kind of validation rules or stuff like that to like keep consistency on the data that will be introduced on those fields. For example, I saw that you have like certification date. Is there any kind of validation that ensures that the user will not introduce a future date or something like that? Did you consider that?
Well, we consider the certification like a year realmente. It's not a date, it's a year.
All right, if I will put like 2050, is there any kind of validation that will say you cannot do that because that doesn't make any sense? We are in 2021.
Well, sorry. Yeah, well, actually, the certification date is not something that the volunteers enter. It's more like Dr. Payaso admins will put there because volunteers aspirants only check the form in internet, and the volunteers, they just when they are going through the certification process, once they achieve their goal, the Dr. Payaso team goes like, okay, so this is the date when they completed all the modules from the certification process. So we considered that it was not a problem that we required to approach.
Awesome. And can I ask one more question, Rafa? Or
of course, go for it. You woke up early. You can ask all the questions you want.
all right. Okay, quick one. I saw that there is one object that is hospital assigned, hospital asignado. But the previous group the guys were mentioning that they will be using account. So which one will be used here? I think hospital asignado can be in an account, right? Or I am quite confused on this side of the object.
Yeah, hospital asignado is an object to relationship with a hospital and account and contact, because a contact or a volunteer have more than one hospital. So I consider this is the correct form that we relation.
But there is an account contact relation that you can use also, right?
Mm-hmm.
To have multiple accounts to multiple. Yeah. Instead of creating a custom object, you can reuse the standard object.
So good call out, guys.
Account contact relation?
Yeah, very good.
That is a standard object that you can use instead of creating an hospital assigned object.
Great feedback, Nadine. So they haven't talked about the problems that we have at all, but that's a great point. And I'm going to include Nadine as a mentor too on the Slack. But it's a great point, Nadine. And so we haven't got to production yet. This is the first development, so we're still in some boxes. So keep on tracking that. The students are going to go to the next semester to continue. So this is great feedback, Nadine. Thank you.
I see Aldo is raising his hand. Please go ahead, Aldo.
Yeah. I want to just say something about this one. What Nadine mentioned. The nonprofit startup pack do have a lot of features that you can use. And specifically for that one, there is, that's the feature of the nonprofit startup pack is the relationship and affiliations module. It's the power of that model. It's huge. Try to invest time into working for that model instead of building something up for just sorting out some kind of mistake or error you have, because it's a killer feature and you will love it. And when customers or projects do leverage that one, they can have a lot of insights of what's going on the relationship between all of the constituents or part of your solution. But that was not my question. My question was for, I think it's Naomi that showed me something like the data model. I was going to ask you about the team, about the data migration. Usually these kind of projects, you have some kind of a system of records, like a spreadsheet or a book in paper, like the old days. But how you plan for that migration? My question is, how you plan for that migration? If that migration is it's a big bang thing, it's a one-time migration, or is something that you think that is going to happen many times in the future because you're going to have different data sources?
Well, yeah, for now we have only one Excel provided by Dr. Payaso. So we did the data migration from that Excel. I think that while we keep developing this project, we will have to migrate another data too, because they have many spreadsheets. So it's gonna be a lot of import data from the spreadsheets to the platform. So yeah, in the future, I think that we will have to deal with that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's very important, data migration. Usually when you plan all these projects, you forgot about data migration. And you think, oh, maybe it's gonna happen once. No, it's going to happen every single month. Or, well, be prepared for that scenarios. Just usually we just throw a badge of, hey, this is how you use that loader, and someone on the company just gets taking care of that. Be prepared for that, because people usually is not, when you say, hey, I'm going to give you a CSV, and well, not everyone knows what a CSV is or how to work with it. So just be prepared. It's better to be prepared than saying sorry later. Thanks, guys.
And I'd like to add to what Aldo said about data and the tool, and also being prepared to work ahead of time with your clients on how to clean the data. We all have different ideas, so setting clear expectations on what you expect for an address or a phone number or names well ahead of when you need the data is very important.
Hint, hint, pera. Hint, hint, pera. Pera is there. She's going to be responsible for that, but thank you. That's a great point.
Got a quick question.
Yeah. Oh,
it sounds like
nice of you to join.
I've been here. It sounds like both teams have put a lot of thought into this whole process. There's a lot of time that's been a lot of time talking to the client and finding out their process and what's going on. What do you have, or what are you planning for a knowledge transfer to the next class, the next semester? How are you going to transfer what you know, what you've learned from the client to the next set of students?
Yeah, well, I don't know if any of my teammates want to answer to that, but I'll begin saying that it's been hard because of the pandemic, and we have to schedule multiple meetings, right? So we have a lot of info, and we had to organize that info. It was hard because in the beginning we didn't know how to approach and how to organize that info. So I think that for the next class we can pass our knowledge through all the things that we gather, all the things that we know, that how they how Dr. Payaso managed the info, how their processes are, and how they expect to be the yeah, processes in the platform. I think that we can pass them that because it's like the heart of the project, all the things that we know, all the things that they manage, all the info that we have, and how they build this volunteer process.
So that was a very good question, Larry, because what I'm aiming to do is to a lot of the students, at least half of the students are going to move to the next class. We're going to keep working. So I'm working on the assumption that they're going to continue, right? So which most likely is going to happen, and some of the students will be yours, so you will be helping too.
I look forward to it.
All right. Let's move to the last team so we can save on time, guys. Thank you. Great participation, team. I really like it.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I will start. Hello, everyone. We are Team Payaso, and we are conformed by me, Andre Pantoja, and my partners, Emmanuel Pech, Jesus Salazar, Nicolas Bach. And we were assigned 4 tasks. We were in charge of creating a web form for prospects registration, creating the duplicate rules to identify the duplicate records, configuring the nonprofit success pack for the object's contact and account, and defining the sandboxes for when we work with the user stories in the next semester. So let's start talking about the web form. We created a web form for prospect registration using a community page inside Salesforce. This way, Dr. Payaso can integrate the data of the people interested in joining the organization as volunteers, instead of managing all the information through Google Forms and spreadsheets like they are using right now. To construct this, we first thought of using the Web2Lead tool that Salesforce offers out of the box. This tool lets you generate a form template that you can then paste into any page, and this form will let you create a lead inside Salesforce. The problem with this tool was that it only lets you create the lead object, and we needed to create 2 objects: the lead and another object related to the lead that we will call form. This object will contain all the info related to the lead, inside the form that properly it should not be in the lead because it's not like it's not personal info or anything. It's more like something that the interviewer will use for verification and things like that. So after that, Rafa told us about communities, and we decided to create a Lightning web component to integrate inside the community page. And for that, my partner, Jesus, started mocking what it could be our solution. That was some record form that will let us create a lead with all these fields out of the box. The problem with this is that it only let us create a lead, and now we couldn't create the second object related to the lead. Then after that, we thought of using API that Salesforce offers, but with this API, we had the same problem that we had with the web to lead. Sorry. After that, one of the mentors, Larry, told us about or recommended us to use Apex as a server side to save the data, and that way we could create both the objects, the lead and the form object. So I will show you what we have right now. This is what we've been working on. If you could tell me if you see the form.
We see it.
Okay, so this is the form that we've been working on. It has all the fields that the Google form of Dr. Payaso had. For this, my partner Nicolas helped me to map every field into Salesforce, and we can create a lead object with this. We submit the form, and inside our organization, this is a sandbox. We can see that it creates the lead. And inside this lead, we'll have the form object related to it with all the info from the form. And in this way, we had a solution to register all the volunteers. And I will start sharing the presentation again.
Hello everyone, my name is Jesus. I'm going to talk about how we solve the identification of duplicate rules. So as my teammate Andre already showed us how we can create a new candidate using the web form. The question now is how we can identify duplicate forms. And the first of the project, we considered using the email as a duplicate key, but it could cause more problems. Now, the Dr. Payaso team wants to use the curve document as the duplicate key in the future. Next, please. Well, we use the Salesforce duplicate management tool that use a combination of duplicate rules and matching rules to identify duplicate records. Sorry. So a duplicate rule defines what happens when the user creates or updates a duplicate record, and a matching rules defines how duplicate records are identified in duplicate rules. So when the same user fills the web form twice with the same curve, these forms are stored in Salesforce, and Salesforce offers a tool to merge all the duplicate records into one only record with the update data. This in the case it is required to update the candidate's information. So finally, these rules are already defined and active and running to identify duplicate records in Salesforce.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Emmanuel Pech, and I will be talking about greetings and sandboxes. So first, to configure greetings, my partner Nicolas implemented the household naming that is included in the nonprofit success pack. We configured the formal and informal greetings that will be used for sending emails and invitation to every family that we have registered, as you can see, you saw before. Next, please. Okay, sandboxes. As we can see, we have 27 developer sandboxes, 1 developer pro sandbox, and 1 partial sandbox. So next, please. We think that there should be 4 developer sandboxes where our development team could test and write code. Every developer sandbox should have around 1 to 4 developers. The next sandbox is the Dev Pro. On the Dev Pro sandbox, our QA and integration team could apply the standards on validating integration test. The last sandbox is the partial sandbox where the Dr. Payaso team will be trained. Here we added some manual, so they should check out the manual. There will be some traits and information that could be useful for them. And that's it.
That will be it for our part. And if you have any questions, we are open to it. Listen to them.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Okay, question here. It's about the sandbox strategy that you're using. My question is, how are you planning to move metadata between environments?
Between environments, we think we can do this with Git. So using Git, we can interact with, how can I say it? We can work with every sandbox we have. Starting with the Dev sandboxes, going to integration, the Dev Pro and partial sandbox. So we can move every metadata we have using it, and that's is your answer. You
I mean, yeah, okay. The real mechanism to move things between environments is not Git. Git is the data source. I should recommend that you check the previous group that they build something with GitLab and some automation tools for doing all the DevOps. You're going to need something to move things between these environments. And if it's automated, it's much better. So I recommend that you go back with the advanced group from last semester, because they showed exactly that what I was looking for, and it was a DevOps solution or something to move things in an automated way, because you're going to do a lot of many times. You're going to start moving things from build to integration, and you want to test all of those things in an automated way. No need for manually running every time. So just take a look into that for the future.
So Nicolas, did you present?
Nicolas did not present, but he was mentioned in the parts he did with us.
Okay, what did you do, Nicolas? Because people want to know, they're asking before they put your grade.
He configured a household naming.
And also help us mapping every field from the Salesforce,
yes,
from the Google form to Salesforce, which was very helpful because there were a lot of fields and there was a lot of configuring those fields into Salesforce.
Okay, so for the Joshes, it is, as part of the soft skills and team building here, it is not mandatory for the student to present, but it's responsibility of the group as a team group to make sure that you guys knew what that person did. So I'll leave that to you guys. It's part of all the learning. Any other questions?
I've got a question about the sandboxes.
Go for it, buddy.
Did you explore using Scratch orgs at all, or just the developer sandboxes?
Yes, also Pantoja used a sandbox for testing the formula, the form. Can you explain about that, Pantoja, please?
Yeah, as we did explore the Scratch orgs, and we have been working with Scratch orgs before, but for this part of this form which we were doing, we only used the dev because we were just trying to experiment with the diverse tools that Salesforce has to offer, and because we had to use a guest user to register the form inside the community page. This guest user, at least from what I know, I couldn't do it in the Scratch org, but I think I can be wrong, and I like that kind of knowledge, but we didn't use the Scratch org to implement the web form. But for the next semester, we will be glad to implement from Scratch orgs to Devops and these continuous integration tools that the Devops Salesforce DX has to offer.
Yeah, and that's partially my fault too, Larry. We didn't get to that. It was a quick semester with the pandemic, so the semester was like 3 months. So next semester, we're going to be working heavily with Salesforce DX and the repositories and maybe any other tools. We have some tools for free. And then since you're going to be teaching, I may just pass that to you for them. I like delegating.
Thanks, Rafa.
You're welcome. So do you guys have any other questions before we start grading? Since we
Yes, me please.
I just have. Go ahead. Who's talking?
Nadim?
Oh, go for it, Nadim.
Yeah, one more question related to the web form. I saw there are a lot of input fields there, so just wanted to check if you are considering any SQL injections here. Like, are you taking care of it? If we have any kind of database queries on the control that is called whenever you are submitting that form, or we don't have any queries and we don't need to take care of it. What are you doing about that?
Okay, for the insert for the creation of the objects.
Yes.
Right now we just take these fields and insert them into the object, but we have to validate them, and because we don't validate yet the, for example, dates and let's say fields.
I mean, are you doing any kind of queries whenever you are calling to the controller to submit this data to the database?
We don't make any queries. We just insert the object. But yes, we have to validate. Even if we don't make the query, we have to validate that thing because we have to make sure from both the client and the server side.
Yes. It is mostly because of SQL injections. If you have input fields, you can actually insert some pieces of query, and if you have dynamic queries on your controller, you can alter that query to get some extra data or even modify and read or update the data on your database. That's why. There is an interesting article about that. I can actually share it right now here on the chat. That can be useful for whenever you have this kind of forms with input fields.
Love it, Nadim. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Juan Miguel has a question.
Yeah. If I understood well, I know that there were 3 teams here, right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Yes. There were 3 teams working.
3 teams.
Yeah. How was the communication between the teams? Because I know that it was in general a little big group, and I want to know if there are any things that you think is important about this experience being divided in different small teams.
Well, actually, we all teams work with all the points we show here. It's just that at the end we divided these points so we can present them in a better way. So when in those points, in those tasks where, yes, I'm Andre, I'm sorry, where in those points where some teams were lacking knowledge or didn't have too much information about something, we share between us all this information. For example, if I have my web form more implemented than any other team, well, I shared how I did it. Or if a team made a point, for example, the plan for training users, that team shared with me all its info so I can explain in a better way for this presentation. And I think that was general for all the course. We always shared our feedback and the information that we had. We were always communicating through Slack and, well, mostly Slack and Zoom when we had classes.
Yeah, so basically everybody work on the same thing. I separated for the purposes of see how they interact with themselves, which is part of the soft skills learning. But everybody work as a full team, right? With two Scrum Masters that we're working together. Okay, let's wrap it up, guys, so we can get to Aldo. And then please, the Joshes start grading. And then Alex, what is next on the agenda?
Yes, it's Aldo for his keynote, closing keynote. So Aldo, you can begin.
Okay, guys, thank you. Rafa?
Go for it, buddy. Just messing with you.
Yeah, it's no problem. I mean, it's for you that you don't know. It's I'm in Uruguay right now. It's summertime. It's really hot in here. It's the best day of the summer is today. So I'm willing to wrap up this one and jump into the pool or the beach. I'm in Punta del Este, by the way. So I know that you have great memories from what happened a couple of years ago. And let's try to start with this one. Hold on a second. Let me just share my screen. Share screen. Stop. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, you can see my camera, right? You can see me? No? Yes? Maybe?
We can see you. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, okay, first of all, I mean, I need to say congratulations to everyone because there's a lot of involvement here. I mean, it's the students that were part of this initiative, the guys at the organization. I mean, you guys did a great job with putting all this together. The guys from the community that also were able to jump in and connect. I mean, we have people from everywhere in the world. I'm going to talk about that later. But seriously, congratulations to everyone. You did a great job. It's crazy. These are crazy times, really. But you nailed it, guys. So congratulations to you, the students. Congratulations to the organization. And felicitaciones para todos. That's what I want to say. I want to also say thank you to all the Ohana people that is right here. I know that you guys heard a lot about Ohana, but seriously, this is something that it's transcends about boundaries, limits. We have Nadim is from Australia. I was checking the list of members that are connected here, and we have people from everywhere in the world. I just want to just highlight some of these ones. I mean, and say thank you to Rafa for bringing all this together. Don Robbins from California, from San Francisco, for experience. Clara is from the Dominican Republic. Larry, Inez, Naomi from Mexico. I mean, which I met a long time ago in Buenos Aires. And especially to you, Angela Mahoney, for building this. I know that I already mentioned this to you, but most of these things are because you started something like 5 years ago. So that's a huge milestone in our all plans. So congratulations to everyone. Let me start with just introducing myself. I mean, usually I don't spend too much presenting myself or I'm presenting about technical topics, but everything that I'm going to say is from my vision. So I think it's appropriate to share, okay, where I came from and where are my backgrounds, so you understand what my visions are, what my opinions are. So I'm an engineer, computer science engineer. I got my degree in 2006. It seems a long time ago, but it was just a few years ago. I was a professor at the Universidad Católica, so I'm used to be with students and get that student vibe. I'm going to talk about that later. I'm a Salesforce developer since 2008. That means a long time ago that I started my career in a very similar way. I mean, it was everyone just started the Salesforce career by serendipity, just by chance, because, well, something happened. And I joined the Salesforce platform as a developer that time. After a long of different projects and experience on different industries, I became an application and system architect, Salesforce MVP, one of my favorite milestones in my career was Punch Dreaming. Punch Dreaming was a huge, crazy event that we have in Latin America at the time when there was nothing in Latin America about Salesforce. I brought this T-shirt. This is the original Punch Dreaming T-shirt 2017. That was when most of the people of the Salesforce ecosystem started looking, hey, there's something in Latin America. There's a group of people doing a lot of Salesforce development, and that brings us awareness as Latin American community, and it brings a lot of fun. So that was very cool to meet all of you guys. Actually, I'm a Salesforce program architect at CIMIC, and as everyone, yes, we are hiring. So follow that link over there, and someone will cut your resume and stuff. And of course, I'm a big Latino advocate. I really like when I get invitations from different initiatives, different events to talk, empower Latinos in general, and women in tech also. So I really like the idea of talking with you guys about all of this different stuff. I met Rafa, just let me introduce a background story. I met Rafa something like 4 years ago when he was playing with all of that tiny computers with the Arduino and the Arduino One, and well, he was doing a lot of crazy stuff. And I recall when he said that he wanted to have a dream to share all of his knowledge with the different students that were in Mexico, because, well, there's a lot of talent. I recall that he said, hey, there's a lot of talent in Mexico at the universities. We should start trying to to teach them how to use the platform. And at the beginning, I say, hey, Rafa, okay, that's amazing. Let's start with something. The year passed come by, and well, now here we are with the second batch of Salesforce, a Salesforce class within a university, which is a huge milestone. And well, just a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, Rafa called me. Hey Rafa, how's it going? Hey Aldo, how's it going? Everything's good? Yeah, everything's good. And Rafa asked me, hey, do you want to do the closing keynote? And I say, oh, Rafa, seriously? Who canceled? No, seriously, who canceled? Well, eventually, I ended up here with just with a topic. What should I ask? What should I say to all of the students? I asked Rafa. I said, hey, I don't know. Just talk with the students. You have experience, and just share your vision about Salesforce at that time. So this session, which will be relatively fast, it's about you guys. It's about the students. I don't have the chance to see you at the face, but I'm going to talk about you guys, the students, and the students' perspective where you are right now. I was talking with Alex, and I was asking, hey, okay, you're students, you're in the engineer world at the university. How far are from reaching the end of your bachelor? How far are you from getting the bachelor degree? I guess that most of you are between 1 year or 2 years to finish, to wrap up your degree, to get your major. I guess that the major will be engineering for all. So congratulations. But I'm going to just think for a second about the student's perspective. And the first flashing news for you guys is that, believe it or not, you're going to be engineers. You're going to get that degree. You're going to get it probably in a couple of months, probably in a couple of semesters, but with dedication, with everything that you already bring to the table and you just showed to us, with all that energy, you're going to become engineers. Just so please visualize it because that's something that is going to happen soon, and it depends just on you. And then, okay, you're going to be students that right now you're students, but sooner or later you're going to be professionals. You're going to be engineers, and you're going to be related to different projects. You will, I mean, most of you are already working. In Latin America, it's very common to work at the same time that you're doing your major, your studies. I did it my whole career, working and studying at the same time, so I know the pains that are related to that. But again, you're going to be exposed to different works, different kind of roles. You can be infrastructure side if you like hardware, if you like networks. If you want the business related stuff, you can be consulting. If you want developers, well, of course, programming languages, you can choose whatever you want, project managers, QA, whatever. Those roles are very, very, very important because, well, it will define something that you're going to do in your after student life. I mean, you're going to start your professional career. So again, when the moment that you get that degree, it's a life's a milestone. I mean, it's something that you will remember forever. And of course, at that time, I know that you're students right now, you're thinking about, okay, we're going to go vacations, we're going to rest, we're going to doing a lot of planning. And of course, that's the future that you're gonna have. You will need to choose careers. You will need to choose what's gonna be your life, right? After you just finished your bachelor degree. So let me share something that is my vision about a very sensitive topic, which is the world that you're going to have in at that time when you get your degree. Well, it's going to be a post-COVID world, definitely, right? I mean, we are experiencing an event that it's going to change the human history. I mean, we are in a post-COVID pandemic world where the pandemic just did accelerate. It was a catalyzer of everything, every process. Just think about your personal life. Just think about your job. Everything was accelerated because of the pandemic. And one of the things that we learned with this year of the pandemic is that, okay, there are some things that we used to think in our pre-COVID era that, okay, that's something that's reserved for some specific people or special people in the world. But we proved that where remote working, it was something that was possible. It was possible to just being in some remote place in the world and being able to work and provide some value to a very, very distant place. I mean, again, I'm from Uruguay, you are from Mexico, so we have people from different parts of the world joining and sharing this vision. We are able to provide that. So remote work is possible. So don't accept that, hey, we can do remote work. No, maybe 80% can go with remote work and 20% needs to be on site or doing different kind of work. But remote work is possible. It's not something that that's something that it's for special people. No. Everyone can do remoting. You just need to have an internet connection and that's it. Of course, healthcare is such a priority. The environment now, I guess, or I want to believe that it's going to be something that will be in every government's agenda. We live in a world that needs to heal. Let's move a bit more about how business, how this modern world works. Everyone wants to be on this new digital life. I mean, from kids, students, adults, elders, everyone needs to be in this digital life. Every click matters. Every company wants to understand, wants to know what are the customer or potential customers doing. Of course, these companies would like to provide this digital service, this digital experience, and everyone using that technology will want to have a smooth experience, that everything works, everything goes fine with whatever they're dealing with. If you are purchasing something in Amazon, I'm expecting that, okay, I'm going to receive packages. If I'm applying for credit card, I like a smooth process where I can send my digital or a scan with a document with my cell phone and just submit it, and everything is hackers free, everything is transparent, and with the confidence that, okay, the service that is on the other side, it's okay, they're going to deal with that stuff, with security and all of the compliant things that are happening right now. So this is the world that we have right now, and this is going to be the world that you're going to have in a few years when you just get your baccalaureate degree. So let me talk about just very briefly about the Salesforce platform, how that Salesforce platform brings into the picture all this stuff that it's the demanding world, the demanding industry of IT and technology. Well, Salesforce can provide you with a lot of different tools: CRM, Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, I mean, omni-channel, system integration. I guess that some of you saw on last Reinforce all the concept of integrated system and Salesforce. I personally, as working as an architect, sometimes I just see huge companies, I mean, banks or manufacturing, that do have a big, huge system landscape with all the system databases communicating each other. And then you see just that you have Salesforce in a tiny box on the bottom and two arrows, one going in and one going outside of Salesforce. And then, okay, that's Salesforce. Well, there's a huge thing running with Salesforce. Salesforce can provide a lot of the industries, a lot of the capabilities that the industries and business do want to have. So, okay, if there's a world that you need all this stuff, if Salesforce provide all this stuff, okay, so what's the thing that needs to be in the middle? Okay, and the thing that needs to be in the middle is you guys. So I'm going to ask you a question, because I know that most of you guys are asking, should I go with a Salesforce professional career? Should I go into that way? Should I go to pursue something that it's a specific platform? I guess, well, maybe some of you just was asking, maybe, okay, Salesforce is not for me. It's a closed platform and everything, it's right there. I want to be more open to all of these other products, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, whatever. But let's keep it with that question. Should I pursue a Salesforce career? All of in this event, we have a lot of different sponsors and companies that show what they do need and the reason why they need. But I'm going to just highlight some of these key concepts. The first one will be, okay, the industry needs it. The industry needs it because the demand is so high that, okay, the different actors in this ecosystem, the customers, the software integrators, the App Exchange teams, the partners, everyone needs to have these skills, these capabilities completed, and there's a human factor that needs to happen over there. I have spoken about many different projects that say, okay, we need. I ask questions to the customer and say, hey, okay, when you want this? Okay, we have a 6 months project, and in 6 months we need to be live. Okay, perfect. You need a number of resources. Where do partners get those resources? Where do customers get those resources? Well, there's a lack of resources. That's the truth. I mean, we say that, okay, we have a trailhead, we have badges, but we're still in serious need of resources. And the resources that might be in Latin America, maybe in the US, maybe in Europe, I don't know, it doesn't matter where you are. If you do know the concept, if you do know the skills that the Salesforce platform do require, well, that's going to be something that will be interesting for everyone. I'm going to, one of the key things that this thing to have for education, it's Trailhead. You need to be super skilled and super savvy on Salesforce. There are 1,000 of badges. There are a few certifications that I think that you should try to explore at least. I'm not saying that you do it, but try to explore and try to figure out what are the things and what are this knowledge, those skills that you need. I invite you to check Don Robbins' closing keynote that he did in Punta Dreaming. Don, thank you very much again for doing that masterpiece. I think it's for something like 40-50 minutes. Just Google it, Don Robbins' closing keynote. The session was Formulas for Success, which explains almost everything that I will want to know when I started my career. But I encourage you guys to check that that session because it's really amazing. So you're with, let's just think for a second. Okay, maybe I want to go with this idea of pursuing a Salesforce career. You may say, okay, what am I going to expect if I'm going to follow this Salesforce career path? And well, let me tell you something. There's a world of opportunities out there. I personally, in my 13 years, I was able to work in the most crazy projects that you might imagine. I worked in Dubai, for example, for Arabs Got Talent, for the Emiratos Árabes TV, doing. I mean, I feel like a lot that like Nadim with. It's 6 a.m. in Australia right now, but I woke up very early in the morning because, well, there's a show that's happening at the other side of the world, and well, you need to be there. I was able to work for an oil company in LA. I was able to work for the 911 service, the emergency service in Buenos Aires. One day I was just a developer, and then I was doing a presentation of my project, the 911 project, into the police department in Buenos Aires, in La Plata, which was crazy. Like, hey, I'm not sure if I'm prepared. Well, yes, they tell me, yes, dude, you're prepared. This is the project for you. That's what I'm going to share with you. Maybe you can visualize it because, okay, your hindsight it's a bit short because, well, you're focusing into closing your career, getting your degree, and then whatever might happen. But let me tell you something. In 6 years or in 5 years, you're going to be doing some crazy project that you're not imagining right now. Who will tell? I mean, with the guys with Punta Dreaming, who will tell that we're going to have a university consort with explaining Salesforce? Who will tell that Nadim is going to be on the other side of the world? Who will say that Ines wrote a book about Salesforce Agile just something like 4 or 5 years ago? So the same will happen to you guys. The Salesforce community will empower you to do stuff and give back that stuff. You're not alone, guys. You're part of a community if you would decide to move into this direction. So in summary, and to wrap up, I will recommend if you're going to go ahead and pursue a career in Salesforce, the first thing is create a LinkedIn summary, a profile where you can share your experience. Create a Twitter account. Yes, please. Twitter is still one of the main platform for Salesforce community. Join a community group. I guess that the other guys are already in the Merida group. But with this pandemic thing, every group has virtual meetings. So I encourage you to go and search for different communities. There's a ton of different groups in Spanish that they will be glad to help you. Ask questions, read, research, be involved. ask those uncomfortable questions. Hey, why Salesforce is not able to do this and this other platform is able to do that? Well, there's an answer for that. Just try to ask the right questions and follow up over there. Get certified. Yes, if you are going into this direction, you need to be certified. There's a tons of resources out there. There are groups, study groups that specifically dedicate to that. So go ahead, get certified. And this is my favorite one, El Camino es la Recompensa. And I'm going to say this in Spanish because I think this is the key concept that you need to work when you're going into this one. El Camino es la Recompensa, it means the reward is in the path or something like that. It's about not just pursue, no persigan certificaciones porque si don't just don't pursue certification because you want to collect and you want to be 10 times certified. Estudien buscando el conocimiento. Las certificaciones vienen después. And that's what the reward is. It's the journey. It's the student journey that you want to embrace, and you might be you can get succeeded with that one, or maybe you get failed, but embrace failure too, because you're gonna learn from that. Remember, it's a journey. It's not a final destination. And of course, guys, congratulations, because you already started your Salesforce career with all this stuff that you shared with us today. And I'm going to wrap up with this very popular phrase from Confucius. Is every journey starts with a single step. And that's the first step that you need to take. You already taken. So just keep walking into these stairs and be prepared, because you're going to be a Salesforce professional. Muchas gracias y espero que sea hasta la próxima. Esperemos vernos muy pronto, persona a persona. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Aldo.
Aldo, muchas gracias.
Amazing presentation.
Thank you,
Rafa, there's something you'd like to add?
No, thank you, everybody. So we are going to start wrapping up. For those listening on the social medias, I just opened the Zoom for everybody. So what we're going to do next is we're going to be able to go into break rooms. The companies that are still here, I have created a break room for each one of you. So you can head to those break rooms, and everybody who has questions for those companies, go there. We're also going to have a fire session with some developers and former UADY students, so you can ask them the questions about their career and things like that. So come over and we're going to have just fun and relax. I can be both English and Spanish, so don't be afraid. And then the students are being graded right now. We have 10. And can you put the image, Alex, that I just sent you, please?
Yes.
We have 10 free certification vouchers for the 10 best students. So we're gonna give those away. But given COVID and the students are very busy, I'm giving them still a few days more to rank up on Trailhead. So I'm not gonna give the vouchers today, but that's gonna happen. It's been recorded, so I'm gonna give them 10 vouchers. They also have to commit to take the next class and take the certification. And then we have been talking about only having 1 point something millions of points. We actually made a mistake on our query. We actually have more than that. We have over 2 millions, and Alex is gonna show it. So I really appreciate everybody. I really appreciate the support. You know, this Ohana, when I ask some people, they just jump into this and they just come and join us. I really enjoy that. So we have over 2 million Trailhead points, 65 students over the last 2.5 years, 14 certifications plus one more. I think Andres just got one more. So we are 15 certifications. I'm very proud of everything that we have done. I really appreciate it, and wouldn't be possible with you guys. So let's go to the break rooms. We'll give you the Dr. Payaso Twitter account, Angela. Let's go to the break rooms, and then thank you, everybody. Students, please go to the break rooms. So stay here, talk to the companies, please, and then we'll be posting your current grades on the Slack. But thank you, everybody, and this is being recorded too. So thank you, everybody.
Nice job, teams.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
So, yeah, so we have the break room. So whatever, you guys can join those. Developer, Angela is already in the developer group. Let me know if you don't know how to do it. I can help you do it.
Hey, Rafa, I have this T-shirt for you guys. I guess that I'm going to share this Punta Dreaming T-shirt for the future.
Awesome. Can you start presenting, Alex, please, so we can see? Let me see. I have that shirt. I have it. I still have it.
Ines, I'm going. You have it too, I guess, Ines, right? I give it to one of. No. Oh dear. I think that. Yeah.
We need to fix that.
We need to fix that, definitely. We're gonna work on that.
So, Miguel, we have people waiting for you on the K-Square room. I'll send you there.
I was just, yes, please. Could you send me the link, if you don't mind?
You're there.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
So Rafael, Deloitte's here as well. Can you send us there, please?
You can join yourself, but I can also start sending you there.
Please.
Yeah, let me find you. I have a lot of people.
Join also Wingus, but I'm not able to do it yet.
Wingo, I find you and I send you.
Me too.
Thank you.
And bear with me, people are moving. Guadalupe at Deloitte. Marco Antonio, ¿tú con quién estás? ¿Deloitte? Gabriela, tú estás con Singular, ¿verdad?
Así es.
Okay.
Okay, ciao everybody. Nadim, go to sleep.
Gracias.
Nos vemos.
Nos vemos,
Chao,
amigos. Chao, chao.
Cuídense. Chao.
Adiós a todos.
Rafa,
Gracias.
¿me puedes meter al de developer? No me sale, no sé cómo.
¿Qué me falta por ahí? Monse, ¿tú a cuál te vas? Ya sé dónde te voy a mandar, Monse. Where
Hey,
you going?
Rafa. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know how to get into a room.
Where do you want to go?
The developer, what? Campground?
There you go.
Hello, Rafa. I'm Luis Perez. Could you please send me or to the Deloitte group?
Yeah. Luis Perez. ¿Dónde estás? Perez López.
Rafa, me too.
Yep.
Okay. Who's me too?
Hi, Manuel.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Alexis, what's happening, man?
I'm here.
¿A dónde te mando, compañero? ¿A ti que ya tienes trabajo o todavía no?
No.
¿A dónde quieres ir? Hay 3, 4 compañías, debes ir a venderte.
Que igual a ver con Deloitte.
Te mando. Sebastián y Naomi.
Sí, le iba a decir si me podía meter al de developer.
¿Dónde veo los? Buscar.
Sebastián, puedes ver los break rooms abajo. Donde está la pantalla principal, ahí ves los break rooms. Pero ¿a cuál quieres que te meta? Te mando.
Maybe the environment.
Okay. ¿No quieres hablar con empresas para trabajo?
No, no sé, la verdad.
Okay. Naomi.
Sí, profe, al de developers.
Hola, Jesús.